But first off, I want to recognize some special guests that we have here. We have the National Association of Private Proprietors of Private Schools, I believe that's the name. NAPS, let's give them a big hand. With the chairman, Pastor Ubok from Williams. Chairman NAPS, will you please give him a big hand? And we have the Akwa Ibom State Internal Revenue Service team from AKIRS. Director State Taxes and Levies, Mr. Kufre Iboket. Oh, it's good to see you. Give them a big hand, actually. We have Director Tax Audit, Mrs. Margaret. Please give her a big hand, Mrs. Margaret. And the head withholding tax, Mr. Emmanuel Nkan. We also have the head of NDAs, Mrs. Otia Basi Okwong. I love your names, by the way. You know, since I got here and I've been doing transactions with people, send me your account number, I've been seeing some special names. And I like the name. There's so many Basis, so many Bongs. I love your names, honestly. And yeah, head of tax education, Mrs. Udua Kobong Ukwe. I'm good, right? I got the names, right? Nice. And head of information and corporate communications, Mrs. I didn't get this spelling now. You were speeding with your writing. But let's give her a big hand, Mr. I'm not seeing this, but you know yourself. I'll recognize you again when I get the spelling right. And then we have the technical assistant of office and executive chairman. That's Mr. Substance. Mr. Substance, give him a big hand. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Coach Jane Albert. She's the vice chairman, NAPS Uyo. And we have Uche Monu in the building. Make some noise for Uche Monu. You're going to hear us speak in a bit. And we have Tom Samuel. Tom Samuel, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Train the Trainer Summit brought to you by the Duke's Infant and Child Foundation. Now we're going to run through our social media handles. Please, multimedia, just display it on the screen as I make welcome somebody to give you a welcome speech. She's ready. Oh, we're educators, right? All right. Before I welcome the next person, I think we should take the national anthem. So shall we rise for the national anthem? National anthem, please. Should we sing it on our own since the DJs are delaying? You know, we are educators, Abby? So let's take the national anthem. 1, 2, go. Wow, that's beautiful, right? Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. All right, so I think I had it on the screen, social media handles. Just put it back up. Let me just run through it in 30 seconds. Screen, right? See the screen. Can you see the screen? So please do us a favor. Bring out your mobile phones and follow the Duke's Infant and Child Foundation. They are the organizers of the Train the Trainer Summit. So on Facebook we are the Duke's Infant and Child. On Instagram, Duke's Infant _ Child. On X, TDIC Foundation. And there's a number there on WhatsApp. Now, pay attention to the number on WhatsApp. I'd like for you to save it to your device. Just do that now. You can save it to your device and then send us a message. Use Shine the Light Uyo so we know you're here. Shine the Light Uyo, that's the message you want to see on WhatsApp. And once you've done that, we're going to add you to our WhatsApp channel. Now, what are the benefits of being added to our WhatsApp channel? We want to interface with you going forward. We have a lot of information to share with you. We also have a certificate to issue out to all of you who's participated. But that would be if we see you on the other end, right? So within 24 hours, we're going to add you to our WhatsApp channel, and then we'll give you further information. So please, those details are very vital. I'm going to come back again to know as many who have sent Shine the Light Uyo to the WhatsApp number. Follow us on Facebook. Follow us on all social media platforms. Are we together? Thank you all so much. At this moment, I want to make welcome to the microphone the delectable Uche Monu. Let's give her a big, big hand. If you clap louder, she will come up faster.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hello, Uyo. Good morning, Uyo. How are you today? Good to see you all. Okay, so my name is Uche Monu, and I'm one of the trustees of the Duke's Infant and Child Foundation. And I'm here representing the convener of this program, Mrs. Augusta Olachi Anyanwu Ebom. I'm just here to say welcome to today's occasion. We're glad you're here. I want you to sit back, get ready, bring out your writing pads, your pen, and get ready for an exciting and amazing and insightful summit. Okay, so the Train the Trainer Summit is a vision that the founder had, a burden for the next generation, Generation Alpha of Nigeria, children between the ages of 15 downwards. So we had a flag-off event in Delta in November last year. The first edition was, and the next day on Sunday, we were in the city of Warri. So at some point during this summit, we're going to play the video for you. And when you follow our social media handles, you will be able to see all that we have been doing. And it was amazing. We had a large crowd. It was beautiful. But her vision didn't just stop there. Her vision is to take this message of empowering the next generation across the nation. It's a huge vision. And a lot of people came on board to hold her hands on this journey, and I'm one of them, and so many other. Please put your hands together for those who are driving this. And Mr. Rotimi Eitayo, thank you so much. He's our global coordinator. So he's the one that is driving this around the nation. So this January, we have 7 states that we are going to visit. This is our 4th state. And then we have Port Harcourt, we have Calabar, and we have Kwara this January. So keep us in your prayers as we go, and we'll see where this takes us to. But it is a worthy cause, and I want you to please be part of this. So after this summit, it's not just to go, it's to take the same message back to your schools, back to your homes, to drive the change that we want to see. According to the convener, the future of Nigeria is not in the next election, it is in the next generation. So we must be very intentional about raising our children. So this message is not just for educators, it's for parents, it's for community leaders, it's for religious leaders, it's for everybody, it's all hands on deck, because we believe that it takes a community to raise a child. So thank you very much for coming, and enjoy the summit. Thank you.
Will you make some noise? I saw that they make noise for here. I hear there's a way you guys greet and you shake your bum. Is that true? Okay, maybe it's not here. I thought it was here. All right. So let's shine the light again. Shine the light. Come on, we can do better. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. Let's try to shine the light very well. Bring out your mobile phones and bring out the touch lights on your mobile phones. No, not get phone. Now, we want to shine the light, right? All right, kindly be on your feet. The light, right? All right, kindly be on your feet. Just stand up to your feet. Let's do this real quick. One of our wonderful moments at the Trainer Summit. I'm not seeing enough touch lights. Why? We don't have phones. I think every phone has got a touch light. All right. Thank you. Just try and raise it up above your head a little. Okay. If we can dim the lights a bit so it can come out nicer. Multimedia. So when I say shine the light, you wave it and you wave it out loud. Now, we're recording this segment, so ensure that all that you do, we're recording this segment, so ensure that you are really shining the light. 1, 2, go. Shine the light. Shine the light. Kwai Ibom. Shine the light. Again, shine the light. All right. That's more like it. Thank you. You may be seated. And I also want to recognize, I've been told that we have the Director Payee from the Akwa Ibom State Internal Revenue Service, AKIRS, Mr. Efong Amba. Please give him a big hand, please. Mr. Efong Amba. And we have Head of Information and Corporate Communications, Mr. Insikak Esenowo. I believe I got that. Director Task Coordinating Director's Office of the Executive and Mrs. Margaret Etukudo. Yeah, I got that. Then Director of State Taxes and Levies, Mr. Kufwe Ibokete. Thank you. So at this moment, I want to make welcome our Global Coordinator. He's going to take us through a few things. Now, this is the Vimpi Hotel in Uyo, right? I'm aware the convenience are just somewhere around there, so you want to go ease yourself. You can use the exit to my right, so ensure you get that done. We would not like for you to be on a move out, all right? Just maintain your composure. We have a lot to share with you. We have a lot of knowledge that we're going to dish out today. So all you have to do is pay attention. Say to your neighbor, pay attention. Come on, say it out loud. Pay attention. And we are live on the internet. We're live on YouTube right now. So I want you to comport yourself in the highest way because you're being watched all over the world. Don't pick your nose. Don't sleep on the chair. All right? Hello? Are we together? So can we have our global coordinator come give us a charge? Please give it up for Mr. Rotimi Aitaya. Give him a big hand.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. So let me act like our trustee here. She came with energy, she came with vibe, she came with beauty, she came with everything. Can you give it up for her, please? A round of applause. Okay, so I'm not a stranger in Uyo. I was here some months last year. Interestingly, I served in Uyo for my NYC many years ago. I lived in Uyo after that for a year plus, and I've always had one thing or the other to do with people in Akwa Ibom State, and it's a pleasure to be back here. I'm not going to waste much time, but first and foremost, I'd like to appreciate everyone for coming out. I know it's a tough thing to get educators, teachers, parents out early in the morning on a weekday to attend any event. So because of that, if your hands are not busy, I would like you to put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you. Now, we know what we're here for, right? We know what we're here for? Just in case anyone here is in doubt or not sure, or probably someone dragged you on the road and said, just follow me. You know, if you take your eyes to the stage, you see not just the name of the program, but the theme of the program, which is empowering our generation next leaders, raising what? Children to do something, to thrive and lead. And what I'm about to do in the next few minutes is just to set the foundation of everything that we're going to be doing today. And as we've been planning this program, as we've been going up and down, we've had reasons to listen to feedback. We've had reasons to also rethink what we're doing, and we realize that this is serious business. Please tell somebody beside you and say, this is serious business. If the volume is higher, I will go faster. This is serious business. And why am I saying this? Because when it comes to talking about generation, I know, if my memory doesn't fail me, generation is a total of how many years? Generation, how many years? Fantastic. Please give me a round of applause. So when you say a decade, we talk about 10 years, isn't it? I know you're familiar with that. But when we talk about generation, we're talking about 30 years. In other words, if you are above 30, which most of you are, I'm very sure, I don't need MRI test. I can see that you are more than 30 years here, most of you here. You are already more than a generation in yourself. You are almost an ancestor. Am I correct? Answer, say, I am an ancestor. It feels somehow. Now, but let's get very serious. Understand this. If we're going to look at generation next, then it simply means that simple arithmetic, 2025/2026 plus 30 years. The first answer you have is 2025. 2055. Am I correct? Talk to me now. But the bad part of it is that most of the time, even when we speak of the future, we don't travel as far as the concept of the word future. Are we together? Oh, you're not listening. Are we together? If I was to ask you, this is a new year, if you have not yet celebrated your birthday, raise your hand quickly. I know Uche has not celebrated her birthday. Are we together? Now, if I was to follow up with that question and say, what are you planning for your birthday? What are you going to do? You're going to think of the date this year. Yes or no? Talk to me now. It is strange, but it is not out of place to see people even think about the birthdays that we have in 2055. What would that day be like? That your birthday, 2055. Have you thought about what will you wear, rookie? 2055. Your birthday at 2055. Add 30 years to your year right now. Some of you will be 70, yes or no? Some of you will be more than 70, yes. And if most of you plan to be around at that time, what it simply means is this: we need to put our minds where that year is and connect the dot backwards. Are we together? Don't get distracted. Welcome, Dr. Elizabeth. Are we together? We will be doing call and response. Are we together? That's the question, then you answer. So I'm going to just take you on a journey. Somebody tell the next person beside you, he's taking us on a journey. Say it one more time, he's taking us on a journey. We are saving tomorrow today. Everybody say saving tomorrow today. Now pay attention to some few facts. Have you realized that there is no day called tomorrow? There's really no day called tomorrow. Do you know that? You agree? Or some of you have to process it. Is there any day called tomorrow? Answer now. Yesterday, we said today was tomorrow we spoke about yesterday. So every day is called today. And so it's very easy for us to dismiss our preparedness and readiness because we'll say, I will do it tomorrow, speaks of something that is in a time zone. Am I correct? Talk to me now. And what I'm sharing with you, you can apply it personally, you can apply it in your career, you can apply it as a school leader, as an educator, but you would also understand why we're talking about this as the first conversation that will precede everything that we will hear today. And this is very important because it is an obligation for us to understand that we are meant to save tomorrow today. There's always a today. First slide, next slide if you can. And I'm going to share with you, if you look up the screen, you'll see my slide. All right. Okay, first, all right. We've done that. Next slide. I don't want to waste much time. Okay. So, I'd like to take us into context. We are very religious people. Yes or no? And a religious nation, we've been told. And, you know, we always say something about God. And we like to say, God day. Everybody say God day. Have you said that before? Or you've heard it before? But let me flip it. As much as we say God day, what if God was also saying his own? You day? He's not even saying you day as far. He's asking a question. Okay, I day. How about you? You day? If you don't want to use the word day, let's say God sure. Somebody say God sure. As in God is sure, isn't it? It's sure for God. The question I want to ask you is, what? You sure? Ask the person beside you, sure? You see, we most times say things that totally exclude us from the picture. That's why it's difficult for us to pursue something very bright. Why? Because we don't feature inside of it. And I love a definition somebody gave about the future. Should I share with you the definition? Are you ready for it? The person said, and I quote, that the future should never be considered as a time zone. So let's say it together. The future is not a time zone. The future is all that we can do but have not yet done. Somebody say, The future is all we can do but we have not yet done. Are there things that we can do but we have not yet done? The question I've asked you requires an answer. Yes or no? Absolutely. And when we look at the lives of the children, we look at Nigeria's future, there are things that we can do that we have not yet done. Anything you've identified as what you can do, but you have not yet done, that is the future. It's not a calendar. So when we say the future of our generation, or the future of our young leaders, it is a sum total of what they can do, but they've not done, what you and I can do for them, but we have not yet done. Are we together? I gave an illustration in one of the states and I said this. Listen carefully. When we were saying Happy New Year, not too long ago, some people were still in 2025. Right? In fact, before we went, for some of us that went to church for maybe crossover service, some people had entered the New Year before us. Am I correct? So if You say Happy New Year, maybe you have a family friend or family member in the US, and most of the states in the US are behind us time zone wise. You call them and you say Happy New Year, they might tell you that we are still coming. Am I correct? Just because it's a different time zone. And does that negate the fact that we are alive? No. The future is all we can do, but we have not yet done. He also said, the future is all we can be, but we have not yet become. All we can what? But we have not yet become. And so, it is not out of place. Listen carefully. If we talk about the future generation, it's not only the children that should be in the picture. Are we together? I said, are we together? It is you. Your becoming is part of their future. Let me make a little illustration. For those of you that are married and have children, you notice that there's something peculiar to Africans. That when they give birth to children, they have a very strong support structure. Yes or no? Am I correct? Family members sometimes come around to help out with the nurturing of that newborn baby. Am I correct? Talk to me now. Good. Now, imagine someone says, I raised my child very well, and says marriage is sweet. Do you know that it is not just the interaction of the husband and wife that created that story? Am I correct? There probably was family support, friendship support, faith-based support. Am I correct? All those things contribute to that final statement. Yes or no? In other words, if we want to save the generation, we want to build a future for Nigeria, then while we know we are talking about the children, you are also in that picture. Are we together? All that you can be, but you have not yet become. Are you listening to me? It's part of that future. There are people here who have noticed how to nurture children, listen, in a particular behavior and come into a product that people can be proud of. But guess what? That secret and story is still inside here. Yes or no? So all that they could be, but they have not yet become, is part of the future. Am I correct? So all you can do, but you have not yet done. All you can be, but you have not yet. And finally, the future is all you can have, but you have not yet possessed. In other words, if I was to look at the future of a child, the future of a country, the future of a school, the future of a leader, the future of a man, the future of a woman, it is all they can do, but they've not done. All they can be, but they've not yet become. And all they can have, but they are yet to possess. Are we together? Ask your neighbor one more time. You day? Next slide. So this is painting a perspective. Next slide, please. Next slide. Who's controlling the slides? Michael? Okay. So why does the future matter? We need to realize that the future is very important because what we are doing is to shape consciously as opposed to act unconsciously. I'm sure most of you have heard of the word being intentional many times. And that's why the future matters. Number one, these children by 2055 will no longer be called children. Most of them will be in charge of government, will be in charge of leadership. Some of them will be in charge of your affairs. Am I correct? There was a funny illustration that was made in one of the states that in 2055, when some of you will be 70 and you cannot do so much, you will walk into an hospital where the current is your current student. And if you refuse to make them emotionally intelligent, you refuse to make them resilient, they will get the training. Please understand, knowledge keeps increasing. But imagine you are in a theater and the doctor is operating you. And then for some reason, you know, when you see some of these movies, they show us how operation room is. Maybe blood splashed on the doctor's eyes or the doctor's operating gown. And then the doctor doesn't have resilience. He's saying, can you imagine, just messed me up. I say, you know, let's pack it up. We will do the operation tomorrow. I can't kill myself. The patient can wait. What will happen? Or the doctor had a date. He was planning to propose to his love, the love of his life. And the operation is taking longer than necessary. It was meant to be a 3-hour operation, but we've heard of operations last about 6, 7, 8, 9 hours, sometimes longer. And he's looking at your body and say, it's not today people are dying now. After all, you are 70 something. You've done your part. You know what, let's not be sentimental about this, you know. Let's give more people, let the earth people breathe. This person is alive tomorrow, will continue where we stop. Wow. But it's the same thing that we are preparing for. Are we together? The problem is this: we should not wait for us to get a visa and travel to another man's country before we know what excellence looks like. Did you hear me? I said, did you hear me? I've shared this funny statement or situation before where I don't know why when we travel out of Nigeria, I don't know how many of you have experienced this. P can't catch you anyhow. Have you noticed? Now so, you know he's here, P can catch you anyhow. Once you just look at a pole, your body will just say, P, 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 P. The thing just hungry. You see gutter, what do you see? P, 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 P. You see something like a flyover, P, P. You see one corner, one plant is calling you, come, 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 come. But you travel out, even when you are cold, they burn you. That P, you give it password. You P with sense. Am I correct? Talk to me now. Why? Because we had to take behavioral lesson from when we traveled. You see, Nigerians will get into other countries. We will apply the rules. But the moment you are landing in Murtala Mohammed Airport. The plane itself has not fully landed. People are standing up to take their bag. And you still have at least 20 minutes before you come out of the plane. Are you following what I'm trying to say? Why? Because a lot of us don't have that upbringing of conditioning ourselves. We just pursue the future. We don't live the future. And I'm saying this as funny as it sounds so that we understand the gravity of why we are here. Because the goal of the founder and the foundation is not to just add knowledge to you, but is to trigger a flame inside of you. That everyone will listen to what we've said, all we've deliberated on, and go outside and become the change that will deliver that future. Tell the person beside you, please deliver the future. Please deliver the future. Now let me bring this to a close. My slide very quickly. Let me bring this to a close. There's something I want you to understand. The future 5, and we're talking about saving the future. Forward, please move forward. Move forward. There's something I want to share with you. Move forward very quickly. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So let me share this with you. A lot of times, having worked with different people, I noticed that sometimes we're emotional about the future. Am I correct? We're emotional about several things that happen to us. Is that true? But do you know that the emotions that we talk about does not live in the future. So it is also safe to say that the future is not emotional. Are we together? The future is never emotional. In fact, emotions can't travel into the future. Well, guess what can? Guess what can? Strategy can. And I'll leave you with this understanding, that this event is very strategic to who we become, but not just us, the children that we live. Right? Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. So, what must happen? Everyone has a role. Tell your neighbor, everyone has a role. We need to look at ourselves. For those of us that are parents, what is our role? We need to translate our presence to be much more than the present that we give. We need to move as teachers to make influence greater than curriculum. Some of us, our job description is much more important to us than the life outcomes. And then we need to make sure as leaders we put legacy above popularity, and then as citizens we take actions beyond complaint. Remember the definition of the future and ask yourself certain question. Next slide. Next slide. There's a question I want us to ask. When you think about 2055, and I'll end with this slide. Can we do this together if you don't mind? Close your eyes very quickly. Close your eyes. Think about 2055. Add 30 years to your age. Add 30 years to your age right now. Why are you laughing, ma? You're wondering how that year will be. How old will you be by that time? You will be years old. You'll be years old. You'll be 90-something. Whoa, that's interesting. So imagine at 90-something, 80-something, 70-something, what did you do right? Write it down. The next question is, what did you put? Let's say, what did you ignore? What were the things you ignore? If 2055 is asking you a question, what is it? If 2055 is asking you a question, what is it asking you? Are we together? What is the year asking you? There's a lot for us to do, and we're here together as educators, stakeholders, and we need to make a change. How many of us pledge to make a change? There's a slide I want them to quickly go to, so we'll talk about that as I put the mic down. We'll have a very...
No, not you, the ones on the gallery. Shine the light. Loud enough so we can hear you. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. It's amazing. They're shining the light from the top. Nice. So let's make welcome our first speaker for today, Tom Samuel. I believe he's one of your own. Make some noise for Tom Samuel.
Samuel Business redefining how schools grow, thrive, and lead in today's world. With over 19 years in the education industry and 8 years plus of educational and business experience, he equips school owners, educators, and institutions with the tools, systems, and strategies to move beyond tuition dependency and build scalable, future-proof enterprises. As the lead consultant at Tom Phoenix Academy and founder of the School CEO Academy and creator of flagship programs like the School Business Reset Workshop, Educators Daily Bank Alert, and the School CEO Blueprint, Samuel has become the go-to strategist for private school owners who want to master finance, restructure leadership, boost enrollment, and monetize beyond classrooms. He is known for blending psychology, business architecture, and digital transformation into practical solutions that school owners can apply immediately. Whether it's collecting fees like landlords, retaining staff like CEOs, or creating multiple streams of income from existing assets, Samuel's work has touched hundreds of schools and school owners across Nigeria and Africa, positioning him as one of the leading voices in school business transformation in Africa. His mission is simple: to liberate educators from financial struggle, empower schools with systems that work, and shape a generation of leaders who run schools with the vision of CEOs and the heart of teachers. A die-hard educator, a husband, and a loving father. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Samuel Ephraim.
If you actually appreciate that profile, please, you can do better with it. Thank you very much. First of all, I would love to appreciate the convener of this workshop, and I'm proud to say this came to Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, and happened to be one of the facilitators. And I'm happy to see so many of us. You all know how it is when it comes to knowledge thing in Akwa Ibom, and I'm happy. Appreciate yourself once more. Appreciate yourself once more. And I know before the end of this gathering, we'll have the overflow, and yes, it's actually a big mark. So this is about train the trainers. You all are trainers, parents, teachers, school owners, educators as a whole. So my job here is very simple. My topic is Get Digital. And I don't really like to talk too much, so we're going to get practical. Are we ready? Are we ready? So please, let me have my first slide, Get Digital. So let me just give us a background on what Are we ready, media?
Good morning, Akwa Ibom. Good morning, Uyo. Distinguished trainers.
Hey Mom, hey Dad. It's me, Ella. Well, a digital version of me. Just a bit older. Amazing what technology can do these days, isn't it? All you need are a couple of pictures, like the ones you share on social media. I know, for you these pictures are just memories. But for others, they are data. And for me, maybe the beginning of a horrible future. A future where my identity can be stolen just like that. Where I can go to prison for things that I would never do. Imagine my credit score being destroyed, Dad. Or my voice copied to scam you, Mom.
Mom, I'm in trouble.
I need you to send me money, please. I don't want to become a meme, humiliated by everyone at school.
Kill yourself, you fucking loser.
And I certainly don't want this. What you share online is like a digital footprint that will follow me around for the rest of my life. Do this because I know you love me and would never do anything to harm me. So please, Mom, please, Dad, protect my virtual...
And use your face to commit so many things. Okay? I can use it to scam, I can use it to steal, I can use it to do anything. Not just your face, even your voice. Do you understand? Even your voice. So all I need is just, come to you and just talk to you and record your voice. And once I record your voice, I use it to do anything I want to do. So I can just go on your social media profile, pick your photos and just your body structure, and I do what I need to do. So my job here is to train us on how to secure, things like this and get to see patterns that would actually help us to help our, our children and our students. Now, listen, the Gen Alphas and the children we are having now are more digitally intelligent than you. Do you agree? Very good. So what is your job? If you go to the next slide, technology is not the enemy. Please, next slide. Technology is not the enemy. Because I have heard a lot of people in my, going around, they're like, children shouldn't use screen. So many coaches do. No screen time for children, and blah, blah, blah. Don't buy phones for, till tomorrow. We have millions and millions of phones being produced every day. Every day. We shouldn't let children get into technology, but the truth is, if you continue gatekeeping them, they will become what we call jailbreakers. You are thinking you are protecting them, but they are finding other means to break in, and you would still be there thinking, because your knowledge was in the past. Their knowledge is about the future, which is not tomorrow. Mr. Rotimi said there's nothing like tomorrow. You heard that, right? Good. So technology is not the enemy. Unstructured guidance is. Did you get that? Did you get that? Very good. Now, the critical thing shift I want us to get from this starting is, you need to come from the place of policing to leading. What did I say? Come from the place of what? To what? Because what we all do as parents, teachers in this aspect is, we keep on giving rules. We keep on giving rules. Okay, you are not to go to this site, you are not to do this, you are not to do that. And funnily enough, that becomes a curiosity angle for them. Why shouldn't I go to this site? Okay, let me just take a sneak peek, and all of that. See, more rules don't actually give or don't produce better behavior. I'm sorry, but you can go Google it or check it out. No. What we have is, as a parent, teacher, school owners, you need to update your leadership skills. And digital literacy is one thing you should never negotiate. Are you following me? Are you following me? I'm going to show us some things that some of us don't even know about our phones. And that is why we have this event, Train the Trainers. So when we train you, when you get to know this, it's going to be better for us, to lead our children, this digital nomad. Next slide means supervision is not spying. Supervision is not spying, it is visible responsibility. Now, while growing up, I had an uncle that, we'll call those kind of uncle, those strict kind of uncles that as a male, you are not to have friends. Even if anyone comes to check up on you, looking at their faces, there are two of them. You already understand, you understood, right? Some of us, we grew up in that, from that home whereby if your father looks at you like, no, not father. Fathers are more mothers, right? If they look at you like this, you understand. No one will tell you what will happen. Maybe someone now says, come and take O, and you are not going, hey, and your mother looks at you and smiles. You know that after that person midnight, you know what will happen, right? So, some of us took that knowledge, that experience into this, generation. And have you noticed that when you look at them, they will tell you, why are you looking at me? But she's giving me now, you are seeing it. You have not said I shouldn't take it. Yes. And you wonder what gives them that audacity. This is where you need to understand that. You see that look, it's okay, but it's hidden and is not presence. That's where your leadership needs to have a rethink. That the leadership then is not the leadership now. Doesn't mean we need to break the old pattern, and you merge it with the new pattern. Because for those we have the millennial, this Alpha, we have the Gen X just, finishing, right? Then we have the millennials, and the millennials happen to be the bridge between the old and the new. And thank God I'm in the millennial age, right? So, now, children behave better online when they know adults are present and they are not hidden. Because everything about them, because they know that someone is watching them, they will be very, very careful. Very careful. Very careful. My time. So let's look at, you've heard stories like, maybe in the Western, a child, a teenager carries a gun, moves into a school, and recently it happened, right? If you're current with the news, right? And you've heard stories where they are watching, they are playing games, they've gone to site, and the site will tell them, go to the bathroom, take a knife, stab yourself. Nothing will happen. And you wonder, hey now, even not just, why would, see, before a child or before an individual we have to go through that lens to injure or hurt him or herself, is because there have been patterns that we did not observe. Do you understand? Now, for those teenagers in the Western world that would just pick a gun and move into a school and just shoot everybody, watch out. 3 months, 5 months, a year before that, what have they been doing? What have they been seeing? Who have they been listening to? Patterns, patterns, patterns. You notice that your child or your student that has been very active in school, that has been very active in the house, suddenly drops, the talking thing becomes a bit moody, and the person starts having some, patterns different from who they were. Take note. Watch out. Watch out. Regular checks versus occasion. I'm going to teach us how to do weekly checks on them via online, and as a parent, you should have something. Well, I'm going to show us what we call it the family link. Family link, whereby if your child is not up to, I think Google is about 16, right? Or have they moved to 18? If your child is not up to that particular age, they are not allowed to move out of that family link. Okay? They are not allowed. But as it is now, they need to also have digital footprint. And you can't stop it. You can't. This is where your leadership plays a role. Then let's move on to, please, let's go to digital blueprint slide. Hello, sir. Digital blueprint slide. So our first workshop is going to be, I want you all to bring out your phones. Digital system blueprint. Please keep the slide on. Media, are you with me? Thank you. Move on to the third. So before we get on, we've heard some, thank you. You've heard of the word data, right? What is data? Someone help me. What is data? You call it what? Information, right? Now, examples of it is, we talk about information, we have something like searches. When, like a lady now, you go on Instagram, you search for shoes. You search for bags you want to buy. That's data. Likes. When you scroll on Facebook, you are reacting to people's posts. That is data. Follow me. Now, when you go on YouTube and you're watching maybe Apostle Selman or anybody preaching, that is data. Now, when you go to, like, you install the family link, they have two versions. You have the child and you have the teen version. Okay? Then follow the link device prompt. Enter the code from your own and the child's own so that it can be merged. Are you following me? My time is up. So see, until the phone is linked, you are not in control. The internet is. Okay? Then the next one, next slide. Then step 4, when you open the family link, select the child's control, the daily limits, how long they need to stay on that phone. Are you with me, right? Now, you need to set hours for weekdays and weekends. That's what the family link does. Then you need to go have a control. There must be bedtime. If it's bedtime, it's 8 p.m. Everybody understands that. Okay? Then, of course, once they can't do anything because they are not in control. Then quickly, step 6, approval, your control. Your Google Play, turn on the required, approval for your purchase and download. Okay, there's what we call blocking and limits. Have you seen it, right? In your chat profile, look at the apps. Of course, I think I was in school one day and we were trying to install some stuff in a laptop. So we had to call the father to approve the app. If not, the child doesn't have access to it. My time is up. I actually have a lot. Lastly, sorry please. Okay, and for us, when you go to your email, please quickly go to your email, your Gmail account. You're going to see manage. You want to stop the ads from coming in, go to your Gmail account, manage Google account. When you go to manage Google account, you go to ad preference. You see that thing that when you talk, they give you an ad, right? You will see ad preference. Please stop it there because you had already given it access to it. I think with this few point of mine, I hope you've been able to get something. Thank you very much and have a lovely day.
Wow. What do we say to him? Thank you. Trainers Summit applause. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Did you take it? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Trainers Summit. Uyo, make some noise. All right, so we're going to do this real quick. Akwa Ibom State Internal Revenue Service, because we have some other person who wants to talk to us and the person needs to catch a flight. So ensure you pass the information. How many of you know about the new tax law? You know about it? Uche Mono did like this, like, Uche Monu have been sending money to say, please don't deduct. This is for pot of soup. So let somebody from the revenue service. I like the way the house is full. When we come back, we're going to have some more discussions. I want to know, have you followed us on social media? If you have followed us on social media, let me see your hand. That's not good enough. Please, let's have the handles on the wall again. Let's have the handles on the wall. Follow us on social media. And at this moment, let us make welcome from the AKIRS Head of Tax Education, Mrs. Oduakobong Upe. Let's give her a big hand as she takes us through the new tax laws.
Thank you very much. Shine the lights. Shine the lights. Shine the lights. That shows that I'm learning. I'm really happy to be here to have this platform to talk about tax. You know, a lot of people don't like tax. If I ask in this house, how many people here want to pay tax? How many? Can I have the hands up? Aha! But don't forget one thing, is your civic responsibility. It is. And that is why we are here. We are not going to take much of your time because we are just given a little time to bring to your knowledge what is happening now. We are in new tax regime. Previously, a lot happened, and the audience we're expecting because of the letter we had was for owners of schools and school administrators. But I'm so happy we have more than that. We have the
You know, when it comes to taxes in Nigeria, Nigerians don't want to hear it. Shine the light. Come on, shine the light. Shine the light, Akwa Ibom. Shine the light. You know, let's give the tax collectors another big hand. There's nowhere in the world that anybody like to pay tax. Now they want to put it, civic responsibility. There's nobody that like to allow money. Even the tax collector does not like to even pay tax. All right, but let's move on real quick. Now, we'll be bringing up somebody else to talk to us. This is the Train the Trainer Summit. Somebody asked me at the backstage, and she asked, is it for only school owners or is for teachers? Now, let me break it down for you. The Train the Trainer Summit is for all stakeholders. If you are a school owner, if you are a teacher, if you are a parent, if you are a guardian, if you are a pastor, if you are anyone in society, provided you are directly involved with the raising of a child, this conference is for you. This summit is for you. So don't feel like you are in the wrong place. You are in the right place. Those of you at the gallery, can you hear me? All right, so this is designed for you. We have seasoned speakers. We'll soon give them the microphone to come up. We just need to do a few things with some of our partners. All right, when they talk to you, you would understand your role as a parent, your role as a guardian, your role as a teacher in raising the next generation of leaders out of Nigeria. Do you understand me? Now, I understand that you might have come in here hungry. Not to worry. We have something we're not just going to give you knowledge, we're also going to give you food. Say to your neighbor, we'll give you food. Why are we murmuring? Are we hungry? Okay, you're hungry already. Okay, I get the murmur now. But not to worry, we have a full package for you. A full package. So we want to also limit the rowdiness of the hall. The exit doors, can we have it shut? Like, shut the exit doors. Yes. We want to reduce the rowdiness of the hall. Can we all just sit down? If you're not an official, you're not an usher, just sit down so we can. Remember, you're being watched live on the internet. So at this moment, I'd like for us to make welcome to the microphone yet another person, one of our partners. She's going to be talking to us on health. She's giving us a presentation from the Ministry of Health. And once she is done, we will move with speed. We'll bring in one of our speakers and we'll take this event to another level. Are we together? Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. Those of us at the gallery, shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. That's more like it. So let's give a Train the Trainer Summit round of applause for Margaret Lawrence Etin. Let's give her a big hand as she comes forward to give us a presentation from the Ministry of Health. Mama, cut it brief in righteousness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The train goes, shine the lights, shine the lights, shine the lights. We thank God for this. Okay, first of all, I bring you felicitations from my Honorable Commissioner, Dr. Ekem Emmanuel John, and the Executive Secretary of Akwa Ibom State Primary Healthcare Development Agency, in person of Dr. Eno Angel Atta. I am not here alone. You know, the health sector on their own, they cannot achieve their goal. So we work in collaboration with others, key stakeholders and partners. So with me here, we have partners from UNICEF. You know, when you talk about children and mother, think of UNICEF. And we also have Clinton Health Access Initiative and some other staff that are here with us. We are here leveraging on this platform to intimate all key stakeholders, notably proprietors and proprietors of schools and other walks of life, caregivers that are here. Let me start this way. Akwa Ibom State will be carrying out mass integrated vaccination campaign, notably on measles, rubella. Let me just make you to understand that for so many times we've been thinking that our children are suffering from measles, but when they are tested at the reference lab, we see that they have German measles, referred to as measles rubella. Kiko kangine code ayayaybu. It comes with very mild symptoms, but the complications are so bad. Why? Any girl child that was not vaccinated coming down with that disease, the child will come up with what we call congenital rubella syndrome. That is congenital malformations of the unborn child. Would you want to have a child when born will have eyes but cannot see, will not be able to hear, will not be able to talk, will be a moron with brain damage, and if God is not on his or her side, he passes out. So that is the message we are sending to all schools. The targeted age for this campaign is from 0 months, 0 to 23 will take their normal routine immunizations. 59 months to take their normal routine, but for measles, rubella, 9 months to 14 years. You see why we are here? Because they all fall within the school age. And that's why we decided to leverage on this platform to reach out to proprietors and proprietors of schools so that they can avail us, the health workers, the opportunity of reaching out to these children and getting them vaccinated, irrespective of the child's immunization status. The mother might say, I gave my child all the necessary immunization. Please, we've never given rubella vaccine. So that child must take the vaccine. Aside from that, we are doing integration. Integration in the sense that we will be using the school teachers to do deworming of children in 7 LGS. And there are Eastern Obolo, Ona, Uruan, Esreket, Ibno, Ikotabasi, and Nsat Ubium. Then let me let you know the date of commencement. The date of commencement for measles rubella campaign is from 4th to 13th of February. We have additional 2 days for mop-up because we really want to reach out to every child, irrespective of where they may be. There's room for revisit. If the health workers had come to your school or your home, the child was not there, the child will be revisited. We don't want to leave any child without being vaccinated because we want to increase the herd immunity of Akwa Ibom State. By increasing the herd immunity, we will be able to protect the pregnant women. We will be, because when the total number of persons immunized are higher than those that are not immunized, there'll be a kind of covering, and those women that are pregnant will also be protected. Akwa Ibom is not known to be staying by the roadside and soliciting for arms. So the strategies adopted for this vaccination campaign is that we will be using all the primary health centers, secondary health facilities, as well as schools referred to as temporary fixed posts, churches, mosques, markets, motor park, wherever the children congregate, we will reach out to them. And in addition, the time for implementation is 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. And every child immunized to prevent double vaccination will be given an indelible mark on the left thumb of the left hand. The thumb of the left hand, there will be an indelible mark to prevent double vaccination. And also, I want to let you know that with this campaign, we want to protect the life of our children. Why? Here we are, the future generations, make leaders, raising children, thrive and lead. Health is wealth. If they are not in good health, they'll not be able to thrive well in order to lead the nation. So please, this is what we are doing regarding the immunization. And please, I want you to know that there's a switch. Before, we used to have standalone measles vaccination in which the child is immunized at 9 months and at 15 months. But right now, we are switching from measles standalone to rubella, whereby one vaccine will take care of 2 diseases. And it will be given at 9 months and 15 months. And subsequently, is going to be part of the normal routine immunization for our children. In addition to this, I want to let you know that for this campaign, we will still have HPV for the 9 years girl child, only 9 years old, to prevent human papilloma virus vaccine. So that's the cervical cancer. So another one we are going to talk about is the aspect of the ACHISEMSAS. Somebody, Don't worry, don't panic. Only trained and licensed health workers are to vaccinate because this campaign is also invasive, injectable. Only trained and licensed health workers are to do this. And also I want to speak on AkiSEMSAS. Please, we have the phone number. The government of Akwa Ibom State have given us opportunity to live a healthy life. So any emergency, especially of a pregnant woman, call the following numbers. Within 15 minutes, an ambulance will be there to pick up that person. Even if the person is pregnant. Hello, please, even if the person is pregnant and the person is in the innermost part of the state, in 15 minutes, an ambulance will be there to pick up, and treatment for that pregnant woman will be free. The unborn child, free. Additionally, these are the numbers, please take notes. 08 000 22 322. I read that again. 080 000 22 322. Another one is 08 00 00 22 422. And we have another one. I know you all love this. This is the last. We call it Ombudsman because the government of Akwa Ibom State, they want the people of Akwa Ibom to be treated very well when it comes to health. Please, Ombudsman, if you go to any health center and you are not satisfied with the services rendered, please call the number. We call it Ombudsman. Here, when you call this number, it will be documented, investigated, and responded to accordingly. The numbers are 090 176 79802. Another one is 070 700 78370. These are the Ombudsman number. But please don't forget the campaign. We solicit to teachers, please give, our prayer is give the health workers access to your school. Every child must be vaccinated. Thank you so much.
Wow. Please give them a big hand. All right. Can we all be seated? We want to do something. Just be seated. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. Now, we are going to go into our course speaker. But before that, don't forget the Train the Trainer Summit is brought to you by the Duke's Infant and Child Foundation. And we are big on something. We are big on social media. Say to your neighbor, we are big on social media. And like we always ask, did any one of you pay a dime to come through the doors? Did you pay a dime? So all we want from you is just feedback on social media. And on the other side, we're not seeing the feedbacks. Multimedia, please put our social media handles up. Put our social media handles up. All right? Put it up, and we want to get your feedback. All right. So as you can see there, we have Facebook. Who has seen us on Facebook? Who? Just a handful, and that's not fair. All right. What about Instagram? Who's checked that out on Instagram? Only one person in the hall. X, anybody on Twitter? Now, WhatsApp is very important. Who has said hello to us on WhatsApp? All we need you to do on WhatsApp is just type the message, shine the light, Uyo, all right? And that number, we would add you to our channel and we'll interface with you. Is that all right? So we have a fuller house now, and we want to shine the light so the cameras can, okay, there's a guy up there, all right, so the cameras can pick it. We have a fuller house now. So can we just shine the light? Let's stand to our feet as we shine the light. All right, our next speaker is going to come up, and right after our next speaker, we have yet another speaker, and then we have a panel session, and then we have the food that you want to eat, you know. So we have a lot for you, all right? So are we ready to shine the light? Just turn on the touch light on your mobile phones. All right, let us have the touch light on our mobile phones. Wow, look at that. Look at that on the screen. That's beautiful, right? Can we dim the lights in the hall? Let's dim the lights in the hall. We have a full house now, so let us dim the lights in the hall. Wow, look at that. Lovely, right? Are you ready? Multimedia, you're good? Shine the lights. No, that's not loud enough. Wow, that's even a lot beautiful. Look at yourself on the screen. Wow. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. We're gonna do it one last time. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. Wow, make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. That's more like it. Let's have the lights back up. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we're going to move in proper now into our array of speakers that are here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have speakers that will talk to you on different areas with respect to the training of a child, and they're here in the building. We have a panel session where you can ask questions. I know you want to ask questions, and they have answers to your questions. Are we together? So right now we're going to make welcome to take us on the connected parent and teacher. Say to your neighbor, the connected parent and teacher, aka the all-star teacher. You want to be an all-star teacher? Let us give it up for Dr. Elizabeth Ogushola.
Dr. Elizabeth Ogushola is a personal transformation and business performance strategist and founder of the Brainy Hive Schools, a leading K-12 institution in Nigeria. She holds a PhD in early childhood and special education and has over 20 years of experience teaching young people and mentoring teachers, teenagers, and women. Beyond the credentials, Dr. Ogushola carries a compelling vision to cultivate moral and spiritual awakening in young children across Africa and beyond. She believes that the next generation of principled leaders will emerge from children who are nurtured in strong character values, children who develop integrity, compassion, and moral courage from their earliest years, who learn to reflect deeply on ethical principles, and who discover their unique capacity to contribute positively to society. As a respected speaker, author, coach, and advocate for strong families and value-based education, Dr. Ogushola is committed to raising future leaders who will transform communities and nations through principled action and ethical leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Elizabeth Ogushola.
All right.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Educators are beautiful, aren't we? Yes, we are beautiful. And good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. All right, thank you. It's my pleasure to be here, and I really want to appreciate the Duke's Infant and Child Foundation for doing this. Can we please give them a wow clap? Okay, because we have parents here, we need to teach them how to do a wow clap. Teachers, can we do that? Let's give a wow clap. All right. Thank you. This afternoon, it's I love the topic that we have, and I'm glad that we have stakeholders, everyone working with children. And it's my pleasure to, be handling this, topic, the connected teacher. If you observe, you will notice that we have here the connected parent, not parent with S. Did you observe that? Yeah. And we have teacher, not teachers. So I am going to be talking to you. And please, I need you to pay attention. You don't have to snap, the slides. We'll find a way to send it to NAPS, and NAPS will send it to different schools, and this is very important. I may not be able to take all the things in the slides, but if you want to, delve a little more, you have the access to it. So please, I need you to pay attention. All right, thank you for that. Please, slide 1. All right, so before we go, I would like you to connect with somebody. I have 30 minutes, very soon I'll be out of here. Someone you did not come with. Let's get started. Let's start from there. So, meaning that you may have to stand up from your table and just connect, just in about 40 seconds. Their name, you share your names, connect. We're talking about connection, so we need to practice before we go. So connect quickly in 30 seconds. 10 more seconds. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's be seated. Thank you. It's okay. Let's get seated. Let's get seated. All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Okay, so this afternoon, I have an understanding that I do not have to complete the slides, but I'm going to be as fast as possible, and I want to speak to your heart, and I need you to pay attention. The foundation, they have spent a lot to get us into this room. True or true? It can never be false. It is true. So what you have to pay for this is your attention. Please, let's be quiet and just pay attention. Be quiet and pay attention. The connected parent and connected teacher. I'd like to start with a story. But before I do that, if anyone can guess which is my wrist over there, you have my best-selling book, the Polished and Poised book. So you tell my ear which hand belongs to me, and you have this book. All right. It's an everyday etiquette for preteens, teens, and young adults. Back to the topic for this hour, the connected parents and teacher. Connection. How do you connect with the children in your care? How do you connect? And the story I would like to start with is a little bit of an emotional story. Please, slide 2. Slide 2. That's my son. His name is Araolua. That's me right there with him. About a week ago, he told me that, excitedly, Mommy, you know what? What is it? There was a competition in my class. My teacher was to choose 2 different positions, one for class organizer and the other for class captain. And we were to, do math competition. I don't know why the teacher decided to use math competition to do that. But they have different strategies of, reinforcing learning, of getting the kids to get serious. But he told me, guess what? I'm one of the top 2. And this is the name of the girl who is also, we came with the other girl who seemed to take first. But she's not first yet because we had the same number. And by tomorrow or next, my teacher will do another competition to decide who will be the class captain and the class organizer. And then he said, I want the class captain. And I said, that's my son. Yes, you go for it. So we got home and he was playing Scrabble. And I said, no, Araolua, that's not what you should be doing. You should practice,
Sorry for the interruption. We have a red Toyota Corolla KET 588AE. If that's your car, we'll need you to repark. There's an urgent need for you to repark. Thank you. Toyota Corolla red KET 588AE. That's the plate number. If you don't know your plate number and you have a red Corolla, just help us out. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. And then a few days after, he came to me.
Sorry, we'll give her extra time, don't worry. Toyota Corolla as well, KTU 804DG. In fact, if you have Toyota car. Thank you.
All right, so are we good? Okay. So he came back a few days after to share the story when I picked him up after school. At that time, I was very tired. I had a very long day, quite a number of meetings. And then I was in the car with the dad. And then he announced to us, Mommy, guess what? We did the competition and I came second. You know what I did? What do you think I said to him? What do you think I said to him? Congratulations, right? I didn't say that. I didn't say congratulations. I didn't say that. That's what I should have said, right? But I did not say it. So what I said was, I looked. So why didn't you take the first and be the class captain? And he was quiet. And we drove off. I missed an opportunity to have connected as a mother. Sometimes we look at our parents and then you look at yourself and you tell yourself that you didn't turn out well because your parents didn't do enough. Is that true? But we go into the world. We have in our care, and we still go all out and still do the same thing we promised ourselves we're not going to do. That was a week ago. Then, before you tag me a bad mother, yes, that moment I was a bad mother. I realized that, wait a minute, what did I do? I mean, what was that? And I called you that. You were in the car with us. And I made that statement, you didn't say anything. We missed a moment of joy. Araoluwa had quite a number of other pupils in the class, right? He's 9. He made it to the top 2. And then he came to report himself, right? We were all expecting number 1, right? And then he came to say, Mommy, I came second. And then Mommy said, you should have come first. Without appreciating, without connecting, without, you see, I only heard him, I didn't listen carefully. And a lot of teachers are like this in the classroom. A lot of parents are like this. We're so busy that we no longer give attention to children. We're so concerned about ourselves, about the works of life. And you think they do not matter. Sometimes the kind of child that you desire, it's all in our head. We have responsibilities. So today is a call and a reminder to everyone. And I'm going to be sharing with you briefly. I'm not just talking about your child. I'm talking about every child you come across. Whether in your classroom, whether in your neighborhood, when you say that children are the future of tomorrow, we as adults, we are failing in our responsibilities. And many a times we forget that we are dealing with children who are completely different from our generations. A lot of us still want to use the methods used by our parents, the parenting that didn't really work. When was the last time as an adult I hugged my own father? There was no connection. No connection. When did I notice there was no connection? About 3 years ago, I lost my only sister. And they called me that morning. She was unconscious. She had an accident. She was driving and hit a truck, and then she was unconscious. They've called me a few days. We have managed the situation in a way that our parents will not even know until she recovers. But then that early morning of 4 a.m., she died. Now they have to know. So they called me. I booked flight that same morning, went to Lagos. As I got there, people had already told my father. People were at home. My mother was there. My father saw me. He wanted to hug me, but he couldn't. You cannot give what you don't have. Yeah. You can't give what you don't have. Yeah. Connection is key. Teachers who beat children, it is disconnect. And a lot of people are in classrooms who do not even know why they are there. A lot. But guess what? The moment I realized, because of awareness, I'm going to talk about that in a short time. Awareness reminded me that, come on, there was something you did. You didn't do well. You need to repair it. So I called my son, because I didn't want to be like my father, who didn't connect. It is as an adult that I am trying hard to connect, to be there, to buy things, to take care of him. But the connection is a struggle. I didn't hate him, but no connection. He was always busy working. He never had the opportunity to talk with me, to hear my struggles as a teenager. Many down times that I have, I wish I could talk to him. He was not there. He was not there. So how many adults are like that today? I didn't blame my father because he didn't know any better. But today, you have the choice to do better because you're going to hear better. You have lost, after today's event, you have lost the right of not knowing. You've lost that right because you now know. Brought to you in the city of Uyo at your convenience. You don't have to travel for it. So what you need is to pay attention. That is what we need you to do. And if all you get today is that when you go out there, you begin to look for ways to connect and truly listen. You know, you listen to children. If that's all you get today, we are good. So I apologized to my son. I said, I'm sorry. I didn't do well. It was a moment I was tired. But I'm going to do better. I appreciate, what you're doing. And I am sorry. I will do better. How many of you can apologize when you know you are wrong to your students in the class? Yeah. I said earlier that we only hear them, but we don't listen. The reason is because hearing is passive. When a sound enters into your ear, that's hearing. A child can hear instructions and still not act on them, true or false? There are many times that you give instructions to them and they don't do it. The reason is because you did not do it with intention. Listening is active. It involves attention. It involves understanding. It involves response. Listening is deeper than hearing. Engagement, giving room for processing. Next slide. That's a girl. Her name is Topreye. She relocated to Abuja. She, went to Abuja, was part of another school. Please, a slide before. And she came back to say, hello, Teacher Lizzie. I don't like to be called Dr. Lizzie. I want that teacher. It reminds me of my responsibility. Yeah. It reminds me of what I'm supposed to be to the child. This is not about title. It's about the responsibility that you have. How are you doing it? She gave me a wonderful hug. Teacher, I am making you proud. Let's do a little activity right now. Everybody close your eyes. We need to do an activity. Please close your eyes, please. Remember, this conversation is about you. Whether you are a parent, you are a teacher, a stakeholder. Close your eyes. Please, close your eyes. Think back to when you were a child. I need you to think. Because sometimes, when you don't get to see children just the way they are, you're not empathetic, you're not giving attention, they're just there. A child of 2 years peed in your class, peed on himself, and the next thing, you spanked the child. You forgot that you were once a child. And at 10, you were still bedwetting. Requesting, expectations that you do not have. At your age, at 10, you didn't do that. As you close your eyes, think back to when you were a child. The next step is, who was the person who made you feel seen? Who made you feel like you mattered? If you can't see that at the childhood level, I need you to close your eyes because there's power in the inner vision. If you can't see that as a child, if nobody made you feel better, nobody made you feel seen or heard, or mattered, think about your teen life, your teenage life. Who made you feel so special? Recall how you felt in their presence. The safety, the capable, the worthy. Yeah. That feeling of being seen and valued is the foundation of all learning and growth and shaping of behavior. That is the conversation today. You can open your eyes. Connection is important. Without connection, you can't change behavior. And that's why you see yourself from time to time. The same instruction you gave yesterday, you give today, and then tomorrow. You're not connecting. But here is the paradox that we are facing. Our reality. Next slide. The most behavior problems aren't about ability, they are about connection. Many challenges that we have in our classroom, in homes today, they stem, not from what children can't do, but from a lack of connection. You're not connecting enough for them to understand the instructions. Today, we have resources, interventions more than ever before, yet we still face these issues. Increased in anxiety, behavioral issues, disengagement, even in our homes. Disengagement with siblings, disengagement with parents, disengagement with everybody, with co-workers. Some of you in a place where you work, you are totally disengaged from the others. I wanted to say something. Who do you? This is what we need to know. Next slide. Children thrive where they are seen, heard, and understood. Go and try it. A number of persons, know that our school is doing quite well. No pride. But if there is anything that we have gotten so well, is that the teachers show the children addictive love and support. We preach it. We train for it. If you do not love these children genuinely, you cannot connect. You need love to do this work. Yeah. You have chosen this profession. Nobody asked you to bring the children to the world. You chose to bring them to this world. You have the responsibility of loving them. If you don't want to get the result of who we have become as adults, when children feel seen, feel heard, and understood, a lot of things will happen. A lot. Improved academic achievement, better behavior and engagement, increased in confidence, emotional safety. They can tell you anything. Anything they want to tell you, they can tell you. And there are 3 pillars of connection that every single one of us in this room must put to work. If you want to connect, there are 3 pillars. And I'll quickly talk about them. The number 1 is the seeing. If you want to write that down, right, it's very short. Seeing, listening, and hearing. Next step. Yeah. You want to be all-star teachers. These 3, you must have them. You must be able to see the children beyond the labels. Oh, they said that child is stubborn. Sometimes you do not even, understand the difference between stubbornness and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Because you are not interested in knowing the why. For every child misbehaving, the child is trying to communicate something. Who the child is becoming is more important to the all-star teachers. So when was the last time that child that is so troublesome, even as a parent, when was the last time you noticed the good part of that child? When was the last time? Sometimes when you call them names, you know what they tell themselves? Because they say that I'm a noisemaker. So he comes back to the class the next day, he tells himself, I'm a noisemaker. Anytime there is peace in class, he doesn't like it. He needs his presence to be felt. Try and tag that same child, peacemaker, the calm child. He tells himself, because they've told me I am calm, can I just try and be that name? Listening matters. Understanding the why with the what is very important. Next slide. But there's another problem. This, I love to talk about it very well. The bigger problem is that a lot of adults are not able to lead themselves. Self-leadership is very scarce today. How do I know you can't lead yourself? You say, you're not going to go on Facebook or Instagram for this week. But I can bet that some of you have spent about 20 hours already. How do I know you cannot lead yourself? At the beginning of every year, you already know what I want to say. What do I want to say? Restitution? Resolution. New year, new me. You come up with all kinds of themes, of mantra. You even post it on Facebook. You post it on your status. This is 20th of January. Alpha. I didn't say that. Mr. Sam said it. The major problem why teachers, why parents are unable to do these things and connect is because there's no awareness. You can't lead self. Not to talk of leading other people. And one of the leadership practices is the ability to lead self. Personal leadership is a big deal. The ability to say, this is what I want to do, and I'm going to get it done. Mr. Rotimi was here to speak to our heart, leading with intention. Mr. Sam was here. How many of us paid attention to what he said? But you know the day we'll remember? The day you get scammed. We need to begin to ask ourselves some questions. A teacher or a parent who is able to lead self will value presence over perfection. I'm here. You can talk to me. I'm here. You know what? When I told my son, when I apologized to him, he was quiet. I needed to let him know that I'm not perfect. I'm your mother. I can make mistakes. But I can tell you, I would never waste that connection time again. I promise you that. Children don't need perfect adults. They just need real, authentic adults who care and support them. If you must be able to do this, to lead self, you have to be able to regulate your emotions. And lack of emotional regulation is what causes teachers to beat up children. Parents to yell. Let me tell you something I don't want you to forget. The next time you lay your hands on a child, whether your student or your child, just know that you are suffering emotional irregulation. You lack emotional regulation because it means that somebody has power over what? Your emotions. Yeah. So it means that a small child can so frustrate you that you can't make the best of decisions. At the moment, somebody is saying, you don't understand the kind of children in my own class. What I'm trying to say is this. You need to begin to shift your mindset from control, to leading self, to influence. Stop controlling the children, influence them. You want to be in control all the time, it will not work. Go and check, even from our school community. The children or students who are able to listen and just follow teachers, you will see that the teachers have so much influence. And those teachers, they are usually very lovely and give students attention. You have been struggling to get them to do one thing or the other. Use influence, not control. Next slide. If you want to grow your impact beyond the classroom, you must move from control to influence. How do you do that? The control-based says, what can I make them do? That's what you say to yourself all the time. What can I make these children do? Especially the time they are making a hell lot of noise, right? In your mind is saying, I need to get them busy, right? I need to give them work. What can I make them do? But the influence says, how can I inspire them? The bad teacher, or not so good teacher, let me not use the word the bad, uses rules and consequences. That other person who has influenced relationships, vision, trust, relationships. How do I know? We do these things, every day in the school. You see a teacher tells a child or a student, do this, and the student says, I don't want to do it. And then you see another teacher. All she just needs to say is, Paul. All right. And he does it. Connection. Relationship. A lot of the shenanigans that teachers do in school is transfer aggression. We tell our teachers, when you are coming in, forget the problem. Once you get to the gate, look yourself in the mirror. And you say, Elizabeth, I'm here today. This is school. I have responsibility to the children in my care. When you are done, you can choose to pick up that after the gate. But you want them to comply all the time. Why won't you just engage them in a way that they will take ownership? You want them to depend on what you say all the time. Or sometimes, a lot of us as adults, we need external motivation to do something. For example, if they have said that there won't be food today, I can assure you that some persons would have left. Because your life is largely dependent on external motivation. But let me tell you, you want to be all-star teacher? Oh my goodness. You need internal motivation. I have a few minutes left. Don't worry, we'll share the slides because I have a lot. And there are 4 practices of connection that I do not want you to forget. If you want to connect, practice these 4 things. There are more, but practice these 4 things. Number 1, start intentional noticing. Whether you are a parent, stakeholder, teachers, start intentional noticing. See and name what you see in children. Because noticing them tells you or tells them that you matter. Pay attention. Number 2, be authentic. Be authentic when you are giving them feedback. You can try something like you didn't give up even when it was hard. Good job. You didn't give up even when it was hard. Meaning that I acknowledge it was hard, but I love the fact that you didn't give up. Ask curious questions. Some of you, how do you ask curious questions? Some of you, when they had issues, maybe children or students around you, you know, when you call them, because there is a tag on a child, stubborn child, you know the question you ask them, what did you do? Before they even say anything, you have concluded that that boy or that girl did what? Did something. And you know what? The child begins to wrestle. You can see sometimes they are trying to fight for themselves that, Auntie, I didn't do it. Auntie, let me explain, right? Let me explain. Because the first, statement or question was, what did you do? Meaning that you did something. But let me tell you, before the child will do something, why didn't you ask, what did they do to you? A deviant child reacts almost all the time to something. You can reframe the question and be consistent with your support. Be consistent. So if there's anybody here, I'm now sounding like a pastor. Who would like to audit their lives? You want to audit your life. You are thinking about, I'm a parent. Am I really, really doing what I'm supposed to do? Thank you. All right. You want to audit your life. There are questions you should be asking yourself. What do I actually, know about this child or these children in my class? Some of you know nothing about the children in your class. You don't know that their parents are struggling, with parental separation. You don't know that they are struggling with divorce. You know nothing about them. So you are not there to give that emotional support. Because you don't know. You don't know. There was a day, a girl of about 4 years, 3 years plus, almost 4, was so moody in class. And this wonderful, lovely teacher asked, what's wrong with you? Why are you not smiling today? What happened? And then she goes, my daddy beat my mommy. Real life. Because it was reported to me that morning. My daddy beat my mommy. I was a kindergarten 2 pupil. Now, if as a teacher, you can't even notice, how do you give that support? You can't give support for something you know nothing about. Some of you don't even care whether students in your class smile or not. You don't care. So I just hope that today you're going to leave this place and begin to think about your life. Teachers around me, I tell them, teaching is a profession that you can do and you can amass wealth for yourself in the kingdom. Because children, they are very important to God. And you are a co-builder when it comes to working with children. I tell teachers, in my a little over 20 years of working with children, I cannot remember ever beating a child. So I tell them, if I tell you that you should not lay your finger on a child, I know that you have the capacity to do it. There are different methods of punishment. Or correcting behavior, rather. I don't like to use the word punishment. Discipline, different forms of discipline. So you need to ask, do I really know this child? When was the last time I had a real conversation with them about what mattered to them? You will hear a lot. What assumptions do I make about this child? You know, a student was brought to me yesterday in my office. I was in the high school part of the school, and they gave me a report I saw from the quality control, and I was fascinated with this particular report. Week 1, she reported about the same child. Week 2, she reported about the same child. So I was curious. Okay, let's talk about this child. What's going on? He said they noticed anger issues. You know, the way, and she was telling me, there was another teacher who said to me, we are having trouble with a boy, you know. It's the boy again. I said, no, I don't want us to do that. You know, yes, that's tagging, right? It's about to start tagging. No, don't do that. I said, okay, send the boy to my office. And he came. And I looked at him, he was looking at me. I said, sit down, just sit. Because I noticed that it was not the time to start saying, what did you do? I went through the other route because I wanted to connect with him. These are the things they said about you. They said you are short. They said you react to your friends because you think they feel that you are too short. I said, let's talk. Whether you are short or you are tall doesn't make any difference. As a matter of fact, God created you, and He made you this height because that's just what is good for you. Secondly, every time you get angry at people and at your friends, you give away your power. Thirdly, there are things that people will say to you that do not warrant your response. You need to be able to lead self and be in control. When people get you angry, they actually know that you're gonna rage. Every time you respond to that, you are giving away your power. And then the one that broke him, I said, come. How can I help you get better? I need you today to go back to your classes, to go back home and ask the same question. How can I help you get better? How can I support you? And be patient enough, right? Because do you think that after speaking with him, that's all? We're going to work through this. But now, what he feels now that I need help, I can do this. I want to be in control of my power. I don't want to give my power away. In fact, I gave him some quotes, some things to read on my phone. And we read it, and I explained as he reads, and I explained as he reads. It was a complete conversation. So, I still have like 15 of my slides, but I want to beg of you, in all that you're doing, ensure that you truly connect with children. And let me tell you, God will bless you for it. Thank you for having me.
Wow. So have you learned something today? Do not beat your children again, Abby. I think I like where it is. It's affecting the camera. All right, then let's take it back. Let's give a Trainer Summit applause. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow. You know? Okay. All right. Did you learn something from her? Do you have questions? Just write down your questions. We're going to have a session where we'll take questions and answers. All right? So don't forget the question. Write it down. And then when we get to that bridge, because I have a question for you, with respect to not flogging kids. Some children, you spare the rod. So I want to understand that verse of scripture with what you've taught us today. Let us superimpose. I know which one. All right. So we're bringing up another speaker, ladies and gentlemen. This time around, I want you to pay attention to all he's got. Thank you. And I still have some very special people here. The chairman, Chartered Institute of Taxation Nigeria, Uyo. Is this still here? Okay, it's gone. All right. Okay, so let's have our next speaker. Let's have his citation up already. Real quick. We're moving with speed.
David Folaranmi is a certified addiction counselor, psychologist, and youth development strategist with over a decade of experience in substance abuse prevention, treatment, and recovery. He holds a degree in economics and applied social psychology and has received advanced training at the UNODC Colombo Plan and the University of Washington. He is the Enugu State Coordinator of the International Society of Substance Use Professionals, ISOP, Nigeria, Chairman of the Board of Trustees at the Association of Advocates Against Alcohol Harm in Nigeria, and an active member of organizations including the Community Intervention Network for Drugs, Drug Free World, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency NDLEA, as a War Against Drug Abuse Ambassador, the World Federation Against Drugs, and the International Substance Abuse and Addiction Coalition, ISAC. David is a project director of the Live Free Initiative, founder of the David Folaranmi Foundation, and a vocal advocate for drug use policy reform, TEDx speaker, and a John Maxwell certified coach. He consults widely and has been recognized internationally for his work. He is married with 3 daughters. Ladies and gentlemen, let us make welcome David Folaranmi, founder, David Folaranmi Foundation.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for ourselves, please. Thank you for being here today. Excellent. I'm excited. Are you excited? Good. That's the spirit I love. Let's start by taking something our most recent speaker just said. How many of us have broken our New Year resolution? Let me see your hand up. We're in the presence of God, though. You know she took on a pastor role at some point. So let me see your hands up. Don't be shy. You've broken a New Year resolution. Me, I have, and I even put it on my status 2 days ago that I've shattered my New Year resolution. Last year, at the end of the year, when my team and I sat to, analyze what we've done for the year, they said, "Sir, you traveled 48 times this year. That's a lot." So I asked how many weeks are in the year that I traveled 48 times. So I made a New Year resolution to drastically reduce my traveling. Ladies and gentlemen, today is 20th. I've traveled 9 times already. May God help us. Amen. So I would like to start by thanking the convener, Madam Augusta, who is, I'm very sure, unavoidably absent here today. She's a woman with a heart of gold, putting all of this together to educate, empower, and train us so we can go back to raise and empower
the next generation of leaders. Let's put our hands together for her. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yesterday I was in Abuja. I was at a meeting of a coalition of organizations who are into drug abuse prevention. Drug abuse prevention. And what were we trying to do? We're trying to find out why there is an increase among the young people who are using drugs in our country. Why has there been a drastic reduction in the age of initiation into drug use? That's what we were talking about yesterday. It was in that meeting that her call came in and she said, David, can you be in Uyo tomorrow? And I said, wow. And by the grace of God, I'm here today. Let's put our hands together for everybody, for all of us. So very quickly, I'll take us on a topic called Waves of Destruction. Drug abuse alert. Let us save the next generation. How many of us believe we have a drug problem on our hands? You do believe. Okay, as educators, how many of you have interacted with people who are struggling with drug use? Not a lot of us. On the gallery, so you don't feel left out. How many of us feel we have a drug abuse problem on our hands? We actually do. We actually do. And I'm going to be giving you instances from Uyo, a place I've visited quite a number of times in the last 3 years. So I'm here before you today because, like was read in my profile, I'm a certified, licensed substance use prevention, treatment and recovery practitioner, all of that. I run, by the grace of God, 2 rehabilitation centers, currently filled to the brim. No space. Some time ago, thank you, I'm driving at a point. Some time ago, a mother came in tears. She came all the way from Ghana, brought her son. I said, we have no space. She said, Mr. David, we've heard about you so much. We want our child here. There is no space. She said, can he lie down on the floor? Such is the gravity of the problem we have on our hands. By the grace of God, I also consult in quite a number of facilities. I'm based in Enugu State, by the way. It will interest you to know that sometime last year, around this time in January, there was no space. New Psychiatric Hospital filled to the brim, NDLA filled to the brim, all the private practices in drug abuse treatment, all filled to the brim. It's a pandemic. We have currently 14-year-olds, 2 of them. So if you want the age range group, we have a 79-year-old as well. 79 in rehabilitation. He's been using drugs for the past 53 years. 53. He's 79. We call him Papa. His grandchildren escorted him for rehab. His grandchildren. So let us be careful. This thing can follow somebody to old age, fa. And that is why we're here today, because we form a line of defense. I know a lot of people have said, and I am also an advocate, that prevention starts in the home. True or false? If we get it right at the home front, if parents take up their responsibility and stop delegating it to the government, to the church, to the schools, then we're going to make progress in minimizing this menace to the barest it can be. However, in cases where parents have failed in that statutory obligation, we as educators form the second line of defense. Quite a number of instances of young people who have come into our facility. When you start having a conversation with them, you find out that at a point in time, they have related this issue to their teachers, to their school owners, to their educators, to their counselors. I have stories about that. And then when no hope came from those conversations, they went neck deep into it. And now they are looking for a solution that they may never find in their lives. The reason I'm also standing here before you is because I have lived experience. 7 solid years of addiction. 7 years of my life is totally unaccounted for because I struggled with cocaine addiction. If I have 5 minutes, I'll quickly share my story with you. Born into a Christian home, raised in the church. That's my parents delegating their parenting role to the church. Yes. So my mother would drag my brothers and I to every service, including women's service. So long as the church door was open, my brothers and I were in church. And she felt that that was good enough to raise her children. Is taking your children to church good? Yes. Is it enough? No. You have a duty that the church cannot perform. You have a duty that the church cannot perform. I went to Christian primary school, Christian secondary school, Covenant University. Ironically, it was there that I had my first exposure to drug use. Like many other people, not just me. We've done statistics. The prevalence of drug use in mission universities are at an all-time high. 9 out of 10 people in our rehabilitation center come from the so-called Christian universities. Parents, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. This hustle culture that everybody is on the grind at the same time, and the children that you are working for, you are neglecting. It will come back to bite you in a way that you may not recover from. So I started using, I didn't start using drugs in Covenant University. I finished, I went to UK for my master's. It was like frying pan to fire. After 6 months of constant pressure by my then flatmates, I gave in. And that was the beginning of 7 years of addiction for me. The master's degree I went to get, I didn't get it. It's so terrible now that recently I was in the state headquarters in Enugu State, and then some drug dealers were just caught. Do you know that right now they pay money to young people to help them test drugs? Yes, they recruit people to test drugs for them, to know the potency. So they send people into secondary schools, get somebody that's never smoked before. We'll give you 50,000 naira, smoke this. They keep you in a room and they watch and they observe and they tweak it. Okay, let's remove this or let's add this. Let's add this component, let's remove this. We do have a problem on our hands. According to the most recent report, which is quite a while ago, by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, we had about 13.3 million Nigerians who use drugs. Because there's no current report, it's estimated that that number has quadrupled, meaning we have about 42 million young Nigerians who have used drugs. And then what is the prevalence in the South? It's also very bad. Like I told you, I'll give you some real-life examples of some of my visits here in Akwa Ibom. Drug abuse among the youth in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria is a significant public health and social concern. Overall prevalence data indicates that 16.6% of the population, young population in Nigeria's South region are using drugs. Now, the most common type of drug used in Akwa Ibom is what? Yes, this table. Yes, this table. Yes, this table. Colos, this table. This table. Over there. Shisha, over there. The most common type of drug used in Akwa Ibom is alcohol. Can I go ahead? Can I go ahead? Everything I teach is evidence-based. So I'm not here to look into your morals or your faith or what you feel. Whatever I'm telling you is backed by the World Health Organization. Now let's take the definition of a drug. As educators, it's important we even know what is a drug. Thank you. Anything that alters the normal functioning of the brain is a drug. Anything that changes the way you feel, the way you think, the way you act, the way you speak, according to WHO, not David speaking, is a drug. Are we together? Anything at all that changes the way you think, feel, or behave, alters the normal functioning of the brain, is alcohol a drug? All those who say yes, say aye. Those who say no, say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Please fact check me. The World Health Organization has also said that there is no amount, no quantity of alcohol that is totally healthy for human consumption. So some people are getting angry now. There is not even a drop of alcohol that is 100% healthy for human consumption. Fact check me. It's on World Health Organization website. Now, in that United Nations Office on Drug and Crime report, it also said that 1 in every 4 drug users is a female. Hold on. I know some of us feel like, because a lot of people, there's this myth, a lot of people felt it's a thing for the boys only. Let me tell you that the young ladies are catching up. One day I was in a conference in Enugu State like this, and my assistant kept beckoning to me that I have a call. And because the person was persistently calling. So when it was break time, I went to speak. Who's calling me so badly? She said, somebody said her daughter is missing. I said, if her daughter is missing, she should call the police. Why are you calling me? So I picked up the call and I started talking to her. The woman started crying, Coach David, help me, my daughter is missing. I said, ma, why don't you call the police? She said, because it's a drug case. I said, oh. I said, how old is she? She said she's 16. She went for one of her WAEC papers. She's a day student and didn't come back. However, the younger brother had said to her, Mommy, there are some times we are coming back from school and we pass so place. Sister will tell me to wait somewhere. She will go inside and whenever she comes out, she looks somehow. So the moment she mentioned the place, I knew it as a black spot. As educators, you should know the black spots in your environment. Yes, you should. Yes, you should. You should. Those places that evil is perpetrated, you should know those places. You can't keep saying you are a community what? Watchman. Thank you. You can't say it's not your business. Because you have young people who look up to you. What you're doing is a calling. I can't do it. I can't teach. The other day, 2 or 3 days ago, I was taking my 2 daughters to school. Dad did this, Dad did that, Dad do that. My head wanted to explode. As soon as I got to their school, they saw their teachers. They just ran to their teachers and started playing. I said, oh, so it's me that you people want to. I said, go and stay with your teachers. So let's put our hands together for all the teachers. God bless you. You are doing an amazing work. Yes, so back to that story. So I asked the woman to send me the girl's picture. I saw her, my heart broke. I said, girl dad, father of 3 girls. Whenever I hear something like that, my heart starts beating. So I went to my office, picked up 2 of my staff, and we went to that place. And we started looking for her. Somebody said she's inside that place. I said, okay. So I went there, I met the guy that is the security at the door. Yeah, I said, I'm here. He knows me, because we go there for outreaches. So he opened. I met her lying lifeless. Her uniform open, the top of her uniform open, her skirt to her waist level. And then all manner of atrocities being performed in that place. So I went there and we resuscitated her. She woke up. I said, we are going. I called the mom and put it on speaker. The mom was begging her, Adam, where are you? Come home, come home. They say she's owing 130,000 naira. I said, so that's why you kept her? She's owing drugs worth 130,000. That's why you kept her? So I made the transfer and we took her to the hospital. How long has this been happening? 2 years. From her SS1. From her SS1 since she was 14. That had been happening. She had been going to that place. And then I started wondering, parents, you mean you don't know the telltale signs of someone who is using drugs? That somebody living under your roof has been doing it for 2 years. Okay, the parents didn't know. What about the teachers? She comes to school every day. You people didn't notice the red eyes. You didn't notice the dilated pupils. You didn't notice the drastic weight, change in weight. We need to wake up. We need to wake up. Another day I was in Lagos. I went for a conference. I was praying with my associates. So I don't carry my phone whenever I'm praying. Never. So my phone was upstairs. So I went up. I saw 22 missed calls. It was from a reverend father in Enugu State who works in a private university. So I picked up the phone. I said, Father, what's the problem? It's past midnight. You've been calling. He said, where are you? Where are you? We need your help. There's an emergency. I said, what is it? Then he began to tell me the story of 2 girls in the university who lied to their parents because the school was on break. Told their parents that they are going for a program in the school. They went to a hotel, checked into the hotel, and started using drugs. So it took the intelligence of one of the hotel staff who noticed that for 3 days, 2 girls entered this place, they've not come out. 2 girls entered this place, they've not ordered for food or water. 2 girls entered this place, nobody has come to visit them. He went to knock on the door, there was no answer. So he told the manager, and they opened it with the master key. Lifeless. Overdose. And then they rushed them to a hospital in Enugu State. Had they not carried them that night, those girls would have not woken up. One is 17, one is 19. So yes, we do have a drug problem on our hands. And part of what we want to do today is to find out the role we can play as stakeholders, as educators, as parents, as caregivers, as school owners in curbing this menace. Now listen to this. Studies on undergraduates in Uyo have reported higher rates among females, 37.7%, compared to their male counterparts, 18.2%, in using drugs in the state. 37.7% of our females in undergraduate studies in Uyo are currently using drugs. And in Akwa Ibom, we have from as low as 7, 8, 9-year-olds who are using drugs. What are factors driving drug abuse in the state? Of course, they will always say peer and social pressure, socioeconomic stress, cultural factors, etc., etc., etc. What I'm saying to every one of us is that we do have a problem, and we are part of the solution to that problem. So me, I'm part of the solution. Say it like you mean it. I am part of the solution to the drug problem we have in Uyo. Yes, you must be part of the solution. You must be part of the solution. I think we've passed that slide. We've passed that slide. Now, what is drug addiction? We've passed what drug abuse is. What is drug addiction? Drug addiction is a chronic relapsing brain disorder. Chronic to use drugs or engage in any other addictive behaviors. So when you find people who use drugs, it is now a disease. People who are addicted, it's now a disease. So as educators, like telling them to lie down and lash them 100 lashes does not stop addiction. It does not. It does not. Say, oh, you are using drugs, lie down, fume. You have wasted your energy. There was a time this Inkpurumiri mess was so much on the rise. My wife and I just drove back home, and then in the East, that time, they'll tie you and they'll flog you. How many of us saw videos like that? Where they'll flog you for using drugs. So there was this guy that used to be around, that used to walk around for us. We saw him tied to a tree. He had been beaten to a pulp for using drugs. So I asked my wife to talk to him because she speaks the language better. What do you want? How can we help you? Because they had beaten him, everybody had dispersed. So she went to whisper to him, how can we help you? Is there anything you want? You know what he said? Can you get me smoke? Can you get me smoke? So when we say that drug abuse, you don't solve it by beating. The previous speaker told us you don't solve anything at all by beating. And I believe her. I'm with her on that one. But when our MC comes to ask his question, we'll hear what, we'll listen to what the answer is. So that's what drug abuse is. Just what drug addiction is. Is that okay? It's a disease of the brain. It's a disease of the brain. And it can be corrected through effective methods such as treatment, inpatient or outpatient, etc., etc., etc. Can we go on, please? So these are some of the most common drugs we are going to find. Alcohol, cannabis, synthetic marijuana, that's the one they call Kolos. So it's created in a laboratory. It's not the regular marijuana you know. Codeine, how many of us know codeine? Inhalants, crystal methamphetamine and benzo. How many of us can tell us any other drugs that has not been mentioned here? Yes, let's start from here. Any other drugs? Educators, you should know this, because the children know it, yes. Loud, so it's synthetic marijuana too, yes. Ice, crystal methamphetamine, yes. Yes, this table. Cocaine, but I think it's mentioned, yes, this table. Sorry? Scottish loud. So all those are variants of marijuana. They're all different types of chemically modified, generated in a lab marijuana, yes. Hemp, that's cannabis, yes. Fentanyl. I don't know, see those videos on social media where it's just fentanyl. Very deadly drug, yes. Tramadol, thank you, yes. Sir, father says he doesn't know. Yes. Inkpurumiri, that's crystal meth. What about unorthodox forms of drugs? How many of us know that they inhale sock away, pit latrine? Put the head inside, cover it with a towel, and inhale the fumes to get high. How many of us know that young people inhale gum, blue? How many of us know that they inhale fuel? Okay, let's take it up a notch. How many of us know that our young ladies insert tampon in rum and insert it in their vagina? Hello? How many of us know that lizard excreta, there's a part of it that can be cut off. It is blended, it is dried, and it is smoked. Okay, what about bones, dry bones from cemetery? Are we not in this country together? How many of us know that some of the young boys pay the young girls to give them their menstrual rags? They keep it when it's dried. They put it in nylon and they inhale it. Do we have a problem or not? Okay. So at least now you know. That's part of why you are here. So why do young people take drugs? Quite a number of reasons. We can't go into all of them. Quite a number of reasons. But something that is important for you to know as educators are the risk factors for drug use. What did I say? Risk factors. Now, do you know what risk factors are? those are factors beyond the control of the child that makes him or her susceptible to using drugs. You know what that means? I'm going to read out about 5 or 6 of them. If you're a classroom teacher and you know that your child is exposed to any of those risk factors, he or she may eventually use drugs. There's risk factor for so many diseases. There's risk factor for cancer. People that work in places that they are exposed to rays and all of those things, there's a risk factor for cancer. So we want to look at risk factors, because these children who struggle with these risk factors, it is not their fault if they start using drugs. That is why you as educators must notice the risk factors and guide them with protective factors to ensure that they don't fall prey to drug use. Are we together? So let's take a few of them very quickly. Number 1, family neglect and abuse. You have a child, just like our most recent speaker said, there's family neglect, or in their case, abuse. Daddy is beating mommy. If that child is not properly catered for, it's only a matter of time. It's only what? It's only a matter of time. Another risk factor is mental health illnesses. How many of us agree that children can struggle with mental health illnesses? Educators. Are we here? Am I saying things that are upsetting to you? So how many of us agree that children can struggle with mental health illnesses? Good. Children struggle with anxiety. Children struggle with depression. Okay, let me tell you, children struggle with schizophrenia. If a child is struggling with any of these mental health illnesses, it is a risk factor because it has a bi-directional relationship with drug abuse. What about those of us that have children who struggle with sickle cell? You have a sickle cell child in your class? Let me see your hands up. Anybody? Oh, okay, nobody. You have? Okay. Do you know the medication they use in treating that child? You don't know any? How many of us have heard of pentazocine? You have? You have? Pentazocine is used in treating sickle cell. But guess what? It is one of the most addictive medications in the world. Alone, me, I have treated at least 18 people, 6 of which died from pentazocine addiction. There's a story of a young girl in Jos, 14-year-old, sickle cell, struggling with problem already. She got addicted to pentazocine. She can't afford it. So the satanic pharmacist will sleep with a 14-year-old sickle cell and give her pentazocine. Addiction. There's a nurse in Kaduna State, a nurse, double amputee currently, because she injects and once you start injecting, it turns into serious wound. There's a guy that died, he was 16. He was injecting his penis. Yes, it was after he died we found out, in the process of preparing him for burial and all of those things. So you see that your role as an educator, a teacher, school owner, is more than just coming to teach ABC. There are certain things you have to look out for, especially these risk factors. What other risk factors do we have? Family history of substance use. You have a child in your class, the family has a history of substance use, it is only a matter of time. So as an educator, what you have to do is to drag that child closer to you and start exposing him or her to protective factors that will shield him from getting into following the footsteps of his father and his mother. We have somebody from Uyo in our rehabilitation center currently. And then last time I was here, last year, the family wanted to, come and take me out and all of that. And then the father offered me wine. This second time, very funny story. This second time I come to Uyo, and there's somebody who offered me alcoholic wine. I said, I don't drink. I don't drink, and that is personal. If you drink, that's fine. I can sit with you. You drink, I'm not drinking. The father said, no, but it is in our DNA. I said, that's why your child is in rehab. That's why your child is in rehab. That's why your child has been in rehab for the last 1 year, 6 months. Because you think it's a thing of pride that you are drinking. It's not in any nonsense DNA. I heard in some places they give birth to a child, they put alcohol in the mouth. Destroying the life of the child before the child has even had an opportunity to live. It's a risk factor. So when you have a child that says, Auntie, Mommy and Daddy gave me small alcohol to drink, pay attention to that child. Pay attention to that child. So that one day you won't see him walking the streets like a mad person. And you'll be telling others, and he was in my class. You had the chance to stop it. You had the chance to stop it. Poor parental monitoring, association with delinquents or substance use. There's one that a lot of us don't pay attention to. Poor connection to the school. Poor connection to the school or the community. For no reason, a child is just not happy, just does not want to be in school. It's a risk factor. And when we notice it, we should pay attention. Let us run, because my time is fast spent. What are the effects of drug abuse on young people? For me, the first one is death. Death. There's been a rise in the number of deaths by overdose and suicides from people who are using drugs. 2 or 3 years ago, I was in Lagos. A woman called me crying, a mother. Somehow it is always the mothers. Let's clap for mothers, please. It's always the mothers. Sometimes I ask myself, where are the fathers of these people? Mr. David, my son, my son, my son. How old is your son? 13. What's the problem? He's on Kolos. I said, okay, I'm not around now. When I come back, you can bring him in for evaluation. I came back in 2 weeks. My wife reminded me because I told her what happened. She said, babe, you've not called that woman. I said, oh, that's true. I picked up my phone. I called her. She said, he died yesterday. 13. She sent me videos of him playing football. Such a talented young boy. So death. Other effects include brain damage. How many of us know that young people, a part of the brain called the frontal cortex is not fully developed till they are 21? Come on, somebody should answer me. I don't want to talk to myself. How many of us know that? Mama, you don't know? Okay, let me explain it to you. A part of the brain, anytime I see this uncle, I used to wish his money he's bringing for me. But unfortunately, it's not. Let's put our hands together for him. Such a great man. So, there's a part of the brain. And now, this part of the brain is responsible for executive functions, impulse control, decision making. How many of us have handled young people and you just wonder, is he thinking? How can you do a thing like that? Are you thinking? Sir, ma, they are not thinking. And that's how God created it. They are actually not thinking. Google it. The frontal cortex is not formed. And that is the part. You will see somebody do something, zero care that he can die from what he's doing. But he will do it. He's actually not thinking. He's not. The frontal cortex is not developed. So that's where you come in as educators. To watch the decisions that they are making and help to guide and help to guard, help to nurture. Yes. You see, if you are shouting, just like she said, if you are beating, you are ignorant. A teenager does something that is synonymous with his age and you are angry, you are ignorant because he's actually not thinking. And that's why we are there, to ensure that they don't make such errors. Somebody shout hallelujah. I hope I'm allowed to say that. So I do public speaking a lot. And 2 years ago, I was in the knot. Inside knot. So the thing entered my body. I said, somebody shout, before they won't pay me my balance. Yeah, so psychological and emotional effects, depression and anxiety, psychosis and paranoia. The first time a 14-year-old was brought to us, you talk to him, you just start laughing. What's the problem? Schizophrenia. What happened to this young boy? We did a test on him, found out that he's using marijuana. We confronted him with the test result. He swore on his late father's grave that he has never smoked. You see, has never smoked. But the test is empirical evidence. He said he has never smoked. So we did another one to justify my conscience. The result was clear, positive. So I said, my friend, be careful. Did you or did you not smoke? He has never smoked. Then the Holy Spirit reminded me that it's not only through smoking that it can be ingested. I said, oh, what have you eaten today? He said he has eaten cake. I said, now we're talking. Where did you get the cake from? He said somebody in school used to give him. Brownies. So we went back to the school, and SS2 boy is already a drug dealer selling cake to students. SS2. We went to that boy's class. Out of 25 on them, we did test. 19 of them, 19 were on drugs. 19. And I asked myself, the 19 of you, doesn't this class have a teacher? Doesn't this class have a teacher that 19 people are high and nobody noticed? We need to wake up. What we are doing is a calling. It's a calling. Now, let's look at the telltale signs, and I'll try and round up. My time is up. But it's important that we know the telltale signs. True or false? True or false? I was teaching in a teens church in one of the churches in Abuja. And
Good morning,
it was a very interesting topic, with very beautiful slides and all. One girl's head was down. So I went and I tapped her on her back. Why are you sleeping? So she looked up. As soon as she looked up at me, I knew, as I know my name, that she was using drugs. I knew. Experience from using drugs, my expertise in the field. So I rubbed her back and said, go back to sleep. Huh? Because that is not the time to say, what is wrong with you? True or false? So I said, sleep back. So I finished teaching and I spoke to the head teacher. I said, there's a problem with that young girl. We need to help her. She said, what are you suspecting? I said, I think she's on drugs. She said, She said, do you want to talk to her? I said, no. She's a minor. I need her parents available. She said, that's where there's problem. I said, what? She said, the father is one of the, those churches that you have Assistant Jesus? They have special seats. They have gold throne in front. Assistant Jesus. The one of the pillars of the ministry. He said, that's the father. So how do you want to tell the father that his daughter is using drugs? I said, I don't care about who the father is. I want to save this young girl. So we invited them, the father and the mother. True to the woman's word, the father said, you mean you will tell me my daughter is using drugs? It's not, you are trying to stain my name in this church. I said, sir, calm down. Calm down. It's not about you, it's about your daughter. So the wife started begging him that, honey, listen to him, listen to the man. So they sat down. I invited the girl in. I spoke to her for barely 1 minute. She started crying. I said, what's the problem? She said, 6 months ago, her father's brother was deported from US. The very night he got to Nigeria, he gave her marijuana to eat. After that, a few weeks later, he started giving her Refnol. How many of us know Refnol? Good. It's called the date rape drug. It's a small pill. I showed them in Enugu. Small tablet like this. Once you take it as a female, it will wipe your memory from 1 hour before you took it to 3 hours after you took it. If they bundle you and carry you to Zamfara, you will not know. Then the man started sleeping with her. One day, she said she confronted the man. The man said, you have no proof. And the only way she knew was that she felt pain in her pelvic region. But the actual act, she never saw him do it. So she was too worried. She couldn't report. What's the proof? So I looked at the father and said, what do you have to say now? 6 months under your roof, you didn't know that your daughter's life was being destroyed. We must know the signs. Say with me, we must know the signs. Number one, when there's sudden secrecy, the first speaker hammered on that. Some of us don't even notice behavioral changes in our children. Come on! My daughter is only 5. When she changes her behavior, I know. I know. Behavioral changes. I'm not saying it necessarily means they are using drugs. Don't quote me. But you should pay attention. Put more eye on that one. Sudden secrecy, aggression or withdrawal, loss of interest in schoolwork, new peer groups with questionable behavior, mood swings, irritability, depression, emotional numbness. You see a young child, they show gory videos and he's not moved. He's just watching. There's a problem. You need to pay attention. Red eyes, dilated pupils, smell of substances. I wish I had I didn't know I was coming here. If not, I'll have brought practical examples to show you some of these things. We all as educators should even know the smell. We should know the smell. Okay, you say you don't know the smell of cigar. Then you are not called for the work you are doing. Say of the sons of Issachar were what? Men that understood the times and the seasons. Because of that, they knew which way Israel should go. If you are an educator and you are not a son of Issachar, you are wrong. Excess weight loss or weight gain. Why? Some drugs make us lose weight, some make us gain weight. Poor hygiene. Your students stop taking their bath, stop brushing, not unkempt. Then tremors. What's the tremors? Sometimes they start shaking. Just twitches. Yes. Twitches. Pay attention. Pay attention. It's not Parkinson's. They don't have Parkinson's. Pay attention. What about slurred speech? You are talking to him, or they start skipping. You have finished talking about something 15 minutes ago, then he brings it back up. Pay attention. We had some case studies we can't look at because of time. Finally, in closing, the way out is prevention. What did I say? The way out is prevention. Prevention. Every one of us here should be a prevention advocate. Your duty is to stop it. Yes, give me the next slide. Is to stop it from happening before it even happens. The primary objective of drug prevention is to help teenagers or young people avoid or delay the initiation to the use of drugs. Now, let's not be under any illusion that your children in your class have not started. If they have started, your responsibility is to make sure it does not develop into disorders. So you have a responsibility. You are to go back in empowering the next generation, next leaders. You are to prevent substance use in your classrooms, in your homes, in your churches, in your communities. Yes. And please, it should come from a place of knowledge. Don't use scare tactics. Don't go back here and say, hey, if you smoke, you die. Has Burna Boy died? So they will ask you back that they saw Burna Boy smoking big Igbo. And he still has gold bling bling. So don't use scare tactics. It doesn't work in this generation. As a matter of fact, I don't think it has ever worked. Or maybe it worked for our women when they say if you brush a man, you get pregnant. So they were. Avoid scare tactics. Come from a place of knowledge. Come from a place of knowledge. Thank you very much. I can't go further than this. God bless you all.
Wow. Say to your neighbor, wow.
The Duke's Infant and Child Foundation, advocating for children's brighter future. The Duke's Infant and Child Foundation, advocating for children's brighter future.
Doing here. Let's give him another big hand. That's David Folarami. So right now, we're going to take it to another level. Don't forget, this is still the Train the Trainer Summit 2026. And it's brought to you by the Duke's Infant and Child Foundation. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. Now we're going to be having a word from our convener, the founder of the Duke's Infant and Child Foundation. And at this moment, I'd like to make welcome Uche Monu. She's here representing...
Mrs. Augusta Olaji.
She's here representing
is a distinguished business...
Hold on, sir. She's here representing the convener. Please give her another big hand. You can have it now.
Mrs. Augusta Olaji Anyanwu Egom is a distinguished business strategist and dynamic leader with a transformation for her expertise in business sourcing, client relationship, management and strategic leadership. She currently serves as regional bank head in one of Nigeria's top-tier banks. She holds degrees in communication arts and public relations with executive training from the Lagos Business School and other prestigious institutions. Her professional affiliations include NIPR, NIMN, CIBN, and ISMN. Beyond banking, Augusta is the founder of the Duke's Infant and Child Foundation, Shepa Home, Maeran Gurus, and Ostola LLC USA, and co-founder of My DigiPay and the Tonola Empowerment Initiative. She is also the convener of the Train the Trainer Summit, a national movement empowering educators, parents, and community leaders to raise confident, value-driven children and future-ready leaders. Her vision is to inspire policy reforms that redefine childhood education and leadership development across Nigeria and Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let us make welcome Mrs. Augusta Olaji Anyanwu Egom, FSM, the convener, Train the Trainer Summit, founder, the Duke Infant and Child Foundation.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Please, let's give our convener another round of applause, a resounding round of applause. So she's watching us live. She's in another location. She couldn't join us today. But I'm here, and her team is here to represent her today. She's a visionary. She's a woman with a big heart and a heart for children. So I'm here also to play her goodwill message. She had a little recording she had to do just to say hello to us. So, MC, are you ready?
In a quiet village in southern Nigeria, young Sandra dreamed of motherhood. Pregnant for the first time, her heart
calling because Akwa Ibom. Good morning, Uyo. Distinguished trainers, parents, leaders, and change makers. Akwa Ibom. Good morning, Uyo. Distinguished trainers, parents, leaders, and change makers. Today, you didn't just come for a summit. It's going to be a defining moment. We came into this space carrying experience, passion, and sometimes doubt, but we are living with clarity, conviction, and a calling, because this is not just about training people. It's about raising people who will raise others. The Train the Trainer Summit was born from a deep burden that those who shape minds must themselves be sharpened. That those who speak life must first be equipped with truth, excellence, and purpose. This is our moment to rise, because only trainers who think smarter, learn faster, and lead boldly can shape and stay ahead of the intelligent, curious, and digitally driven children of the 21st century. And today, many states and cities we've been to have proven that such trainers are not scarce. They are standing right here, and those trainers are you. We've been to Delta, Asaba, and Warri confirmed it. We've been to Anambra, Oka and Environs confirmed it. We went to Ebonyi, Abakaliki and Environs confirmed it. When we went to Enugu and Environs confirmed it. As we leave this hall, may we never trend the same way again. May our voices carry authority, our methods carry excellence, and our impact speak louder than our titles. This is not the end. This is the beginning of a movement. Thank you for joining the movement. Trainers, arise. The future is waiting. The future is now. God bless you all and welcome to Train the Trainers Summit. Good morning, Aqua.
Across the nation, Nigeria. So please help us spread the word. When we're in another city and you know people there, please spread the word. Tell them to come for the Train the Trainers Summit. So we're going to be in Calabar this weekend on Saturday. Port Harcourt was supposed to be on Thursday, but it's been moved to Sunday now. So Saturday and Sunday we'll be in the city of Calabar and Port Harcourt. And we would roll out the calendar for the rest of the year. But this month of January, 7 states. We have 7 states scheduled. And please, another round of applause for her. It's not mean feat, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of resources that have gone down. But for her, she has a big heart for the next generation. And her team here, Mr. Rotimi Aitayo, our global coordinator who is on ground driving this, we appreciate you. Thank you to all our speakers, Mr. David, Mr. Samuel, Ms. Precious, my very good friend, Dr. Lizzie, I see you. So, you know, our convener also works in Fidelity Bank. She's a regional head in Fidelity Bank, and her team are here. Where are you, Fidelity Bank? Are you here? Okay, that's them there. And we have one of them, Mr. Sunday. Is he there? All right. Do you want to introduce yourself, Mr. Sunday? Okay, they are going to have a desk outside. If you need any of their services, account opening for your children, for your schools, please meet them at the back table up there. So thank you very much for coming and enjoy the rest of the program. All right.
Please, let's give it up for Uche Monu. That's not how we do it, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now let's give another one for our convener. This time around, let's make it up to 20. We agree? All right, 1, 2, go. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Woo! Thank you. Thank you so much, Ma. All right, now we'll be moving on. Shine the light. Please, can we get back to the default setting of the microphone and the sound? All right, so it becomes better. I don't know what happened. I think when we were playing the convenience recording, it's distorted. Let's get back to the perfect sound that we had before. Shine the light again. Shine the light. Shine the light. I see that item 7 is going round. Please, let's not make it a noisy affair. All right, there's a table before you, so enjoy yourself while you're on that desk. So right about now, we're going to call on... Oh, hold on a second. I think I have... Are you still here? The state president of NAPS. All right, let's give him a big hand. The state... Akwa Ibom State President NAPS, Mr. Raymond Ibiko. Thank you, sir, for coming. And we also have the Director of Special Duties, NAPS, Pastor Obong Inyang. Thank you for coming. The zonal officer for NAPS is here as well, Pastor Edet. And then we have the national coordinator, Mr. Moise Etok. Please give him a big hand. So right now we're going to have we have the NOA here. They're going to give us some vital information. The director of NOA Akwa Ibom. Let's have you, sir, for your brief presentation. Please pay attention to what the National Orientation Agency, Akwa Ibom State, what they've got for you. Please give him a big hand.
I want to thank God for this gathering today, and let me fall in line with the shine the light that we have identified what activities the government is doing at the federal level, states, and even at our own level. Let me gracefully acknowledge the fact that the Director General of National Orientation Agency, Malam Larry Issa, not only appreciated all of us here present, and we are very, very delighted to be a partner in this kind of program that has actually connected Akwa Ibom with the good ideas, with commitment that we have actually experienced this today. I didn't know that this, it could be as large as this when I had the call from Abuja, and they told me, and Madam Mrs. Augusta was trying to talk. I thought it was just a small thing. But by the time the thing began to unfold itself, I became amazed. So I want to say we are very much appreciative of the fact that we have to partner with you and do the needful as we progress as partner in this direction. I thank God that much has been said, and much of what we have been doing in National Orientation Agency are what have actually taken place today. And so we are actually being relieved of so many things. And we thank God that the teachers are here. I want to believe that by next time we are gathering, we will also have teachers from the government sector. Because what I've seen here had been, majority are from the private. So the private sectors are very, very advantageous today to have this kind of lectures that we are having now. What about those in the government sector? I don't know whether they were invited. I don't know what happened, but I have to say it out. So some other time, we should be able to bring them down. So National Orientation Agency is about communicating government policies,
Admission Advisory is the exam registration and admission advisory application. Statistics available in the country as of last year, we were thinking that we were up to 2 million Nigerian young people start for JAMB. But somebody corrected me this afternoon that it was 1.5 million. So we try to make some time. I don't want to bore you. Why I say, or why I decided to come here, because I was told that proprietors of private schools will be here. I wanted to also have this time to interact with them. What we have is an application that enables every JAMB candidate in this country to know, faculty by faculty, all the courses that a child can study in the university with the use of your phone. That is why you don't want to know when you are eating, so you can use your phone. It's real time. As we are talking, please show that thing on the screen. You can log on as I'm talking, www.saaeagle.com. That platform enables children in this country who have no career counselors to help them. Anyone who uses my app can never do trial and error in subject selection. Everything is structured and properly streamlined with 0% error. There are no more misleading pieces of advice given to SS3 students. Once a parent and his son or daughter sits and opens that app, they will dialogue between two of them. No more imposition of course on any child, because you will discover the ability of your child. There is also uninformed choices in JAMB registration. A lot of our children are blank because they have not had people to share with them prospects, possibilities, challenges. They just move on like that. I labored these 11 years to make sure that what we experienced in 1986, children of this year going forward never experience again. So they are a candidate getting stuck or not knowing what to do. Those years are over. Once you know your WAEC subjects, results that you had, select 4 of them. I have a formula I called saaeagle.com formula. Very simple. all the courses you are qualified to study, and you take or take the one you want. To give a child an informed perspective to make a credible decision on the course to study, a child in the app will read through, for every course in the university, will read through what that course is all about. The core professional knowledge and skills you will acquire at the end of that study. The jobs opportunities available for that particular study, and the entrepreneurial skills you will use that study to acquire or achieve or rather live by in case you don't have a job. When a child goes through all these things for 3 or 4 courses, he is no longer interested in entering university. He now becomes interested in pursuing a career. He becomes career driven. Because that is a psychology that builds. There is something else that worries our children who are registering for JAMB. You have six courses or subjects that you search for. And in those 6 courses that you search for, or subjects, whatever subject you search for, you are entitled to bring out 3 or 4 for UTME plus 1 to qualify for departmental involvement or rather admission. Once a child takes the first 4, you ask him to take the second, they get frustrated. But I'm here to announce to all of us that a child who has 6 credits still has up to 5 options to choose from. Sit down with your basic knowledge of WAEC, subjects, and calculate 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, and unrepeatable. You have 5 options, meaning that that child cannot be stuck in one thing. Let me share something with you that is very, very quick. A child with 6 O-level subjects has, for like say, let me use some courses, English, maths, physics, chemistry, biology, to start with. As you start. It's okay. It's okay. Is there time is up? But all I want to say is that I'm inviting you to very brilliant students, but they've been offering civic education, all those things, I think they've been far. I think we need to integrate the Students Admission Advisory App into our school systems. I am talking in respect to what amounts to the good of our students. But if a counselor in a school enters that app or makes use of it, he will optimize our service to SS3 students. The main thing is this. The main thing is this. We have come to, the team has come to discover that to prepare a child for JAMB, one must start at SS2. Before that child selects her WAEC subjects, so that she's not stranded when she's in SS3. But anybody who uses it will optimize the service. Thank you very much for attention.
All right, let's give Reverend Father a big hand. I think you can do better. All right, shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. Only a few people are talking now. The rest are eating. No one that is in sounding join the Lord. What's going on? All right, so I want to also be sure that how many of you have sent a message to us on WhatsApp? You've reached out to us on WhatsApp. Okay, you've reached out on WhatsApp. Okay, how many of you followed us on Facebook? Let me see your hand on Facebook. Oh, that's a larger number on Facebook. Some of us upstairs, are we in this house? Did you follow us on WhatsApp or Facebook? Did you do that? bonus question in the panel session. But right now, let us welcome our final speaker for today, Train the Trainer Summit, Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. Please, let's have our citation. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I know that we are all busy, we are munching, but I want us to do this one thing. Having come into this space today, I know that we can all agree that a lot has gone into this. And it takes a beautiful heart to achieve a project of this scale. So, I have teachers here, I have stakeholders, but I know that I have teachers. Teachers, if you're here, let me see your hands raised. Beautiful. We're going to give Mrs. Augusta a big mosquito clap. Since we're teachers here, we've done the 10 clap, we've done the wow clap. This time around, we're going to give her a big what? A big mosquito clap for a project of this magnitude. So we go this way, then we kill it. Beautiful, that's for practice. Let's do it again. Then we kill it. Well done, everyone. I also want to applaud my colleagues, educators. I once heard a veteran educator use this phrase, and since then, it has warmed my heart. So I want you to look at the person close to you and say to them, thank you for your service. No, guys, I can't hear you. I know that we're wrapping up, we're tired, but we're going to end this conference with energy. I want you to look at the stakeholder close to you, the educator close to you, the professor, the professional, the career person close to you, who work in this space to preserve the next generation. I want you to look them eyeball to eyeball. Let's do that. Eyeball to eyeball. And say to them, thank you for your service. Can we do it for the last time? Thank you for your service. All right. I have a quick walk here today. We will be having a conversation around character and life, navigating values and vices. I'd like to start my session with a story going back in history. It was a cold night in April 1912. ever. That ship was called the Titanic. Have you heard of the Titanic, anybody here? If you're a Gen Z, I don't know what. If you are a baby boomer, a millennial, have you heard of the Titanic? Yes. That structure was a wow of its time. The engineers who built it were so confident. They were so confident in what they had built that they flouted 6 security rules. Apart from that, on the night the ship was to set sail, they went with only 50% of the total occupancy of that ship, the lifeboats needed. They were confident until the boat crashed. Now, you're going to ask me, Madam Precious, what is the relationship between the Titanic and I, a stakeholder, I, a parent, or I, a teacher? Can I shock you that we are raising children in a modern Titanic? There are luxuries that children we're raising in this age and time get to enjoy that we never smelled of. True or false? There's technology, there is the digital world. Mr. Tam talked about the digital world. There is technology. But as they are enjoying these luxuries, as these children are enjoying this world that is better than anything we could have ever thought of. Who remembers sitting on the television by 4 p.m. waiting for the television to come on? Who remembers that? Who remembers the green, blue light and you had to wait? Who remembers peeping through their neighbors' houses to watch the TV? Who remembers that? Today, the conversation is not even TV. We're talking of smart TV. We're talking of smart devices. So affordable that every child gets to enjoy that luxury. But alongside this luxury is also something that we must all watch out for. It is the vices and the eminent tool of every child being raised in the 21st century. Just like the engineers of the Titanic ignored and flouted safety orders, a lot of us who are raising children in the modern world, we are flouting a lot of safety orders. What are we saying to ourselves? Oh, it's okay. It cannot be my child. Oh, God forbid. Oh, I hope this child is raised. Can I say categorically that hope has never raised any child? I wish has never raised any child. Default parenting has never raised any child. If we are going to raise children who will survive in this religious life, if we are going to raise children who will thrive like the infants, if we are going to raise children who will not sink with the modern Titanic of the world we are in today, there are 2 things that we must fight with them. And those 2 things are what? Value and character. So can I get you right after me? Values and character. Now, to move further in my slide, please that's not my slide. Thank you. I would like to start with 3 quotes that I want us to go home with. The first quote is by Frederick Douglass. It says it is better and easier to build strong children than to do what? Repair broken men. James Baldwin reminds us that children have never really been good at listening. Rather, they imitate. They have never been good at listening, but they have never thought to imitate. Then the last one is by Heraclitus, and he says that character is destiny. If we are going to shape the future, we must shape the character of today. If we are going to shape the future, if we are going to have leaders who will lead and thrive, we must shape the character of today. David mentioned a number of issues around drugs. And I know that we were, oh wow, that we were surprised. And some of us were taken aback. I'm sorry to say to you that the drug addiction thing is just one on the radar of the issues that our children are having to deal with. So the drug one is on the side. Everybody say to your neighbor, we have more. We have more. You know, when David was going out like, oh boy, quite alright, drug is there. But after you list this once, ask yourself this very intentional question. If I don't wake up today as an educator, if I don't wake up today as a stakeholder, if I don't wake up today as a parent, how about the digital world and the benefits of the digital world. But alongside the benefits of the digital world, we are also having to deal with digital what? Addiction. How many times have you said to yourself, I remember a speaker giving this illustration, that how many times have you said to yourself that, oh, today I'll just go on social media for like 5 minutes. Then before you catch yourself, it's 30 minutes. Before you catch yourself again, it's 1 hour. Why is digital addiction prevalent? I came across a documentary on Netflix. That documentary aired around 2020. What that documentary showed was that the social media we use, it is intentionally designed to suck your attention. So, multi-billion-dollar companies are sinking billions of naira into research, into psychologists, into professionals on how to keep us addicted to social media. That is why every scroll keeps you scrolling. Mr. Sam talked about your worrying. Every like, every watch, every full watch time is data. And this data is designed to suck in your children. How will they survive? That's the question. We all have this honesty. I haven't heard in any time growing up when we have to deal with young children. Everybody say after me, young children. Deal with Yahoo. What's that Yahoo? What's that Yahoo Plus? Young children. I heard of a story of a 16-year-old buying a Lexus for his mother. And guess what? This mother was dancing. A 16-year-old. We are having to deal with examination malpractice. Parents sponsoring this malpractice. We are educators and we know what's happening. Dishonesty is a vice in our society. And if we don't wake up to build values and character, who are we living to lead and thrive? Who? Number 3 is entitlement. There has never been a time in history when young children are entitled like today. I came across a video some time ago. A little girl who wanted a particular phone and their parents got them something else. This child took the phone, broke it, took the hammer, broke the father's car. Entitlement. We also have peer pressure dependence. These are the issues. Then finally, we have substance dependence, which is what David had talked about. So, with these vices, with these issues, as educators, what are the early warning signs? Because David, I'm going to make a lot of mention because what we talk about is very closely related. What are the warning signs that you see with a child? In drugs, when David mentioned the telltale signs, right now, what are the danger signs? What are the danger signs? What are the things you see in the learner that will begin to put your antennas up? The first one is social pivot. Can everybody say after me, social pivot? What does this mean? A sudden, unexplained shift in friend groups. When a learner who has had a particular pattern of friendships for the longest time begins to change their friends, that is a telltale sign. That is a warning sign. The second one is digital flinch. Everybody say after me, digital flinch. What does that mean? You come into a space, the child is using the phone. Immediately they see you, they do what? They check. That's the digital flinch. It shows you that there is something on that device they don't want you to do what? See. The number 3 is the loss of spark. A child who was poppy, a child who is usually excited, a child who is the life of the classroom, the life of the party. All of a sudden, this child begins to dry. This child begins to, practically their spark goes off. This child becomes a shadow of themselves. Dear educators, we cannot ignore this. Remember, early signs tells you that there is something happening that needs to be dealt with. The next one would be financial leak. They start stealing. When children start stealing, oftentimes it's not to buy biscuits. When they start stealing, oftentimes it's not to buy stationaries. When a child starts stealing, there is an addiction fueling the theft. So it is your responsibility to identify it warning signs. The next thing we're going to look at today is how do we navigate this? That's the question. How do we navigate this? How do we deal with these vices? How do we deal with these early warning signs? How do we ensure that the children we're raising in 2026 will not sink with the ship of this modern times? The antidote for this is values and character. Can we say that from everybody? Values and character. The fourth goal of the education of Nigeria in the national policy of education is the inculcation of national consciousness and values with a lot of other things. This is part of the goals of education. So what is value, everyone will ask? Values are simply guardrails that tell us what to do or what not to do. Values are the internal compass that tells a child this is what is right and this is what is wrong. Value answers the question, who am I? What do I stand for? What do I believe in? What will I compromise? And what am I not willing to compromise? That's the question of value. Now, values are not just words on the wall. Values are decision filters. So when a child comes to that crossroad of, do I take this job or do I leave it? When they come to that crossroad of, oh, this group of friends are doing this, there's peer pressure. What is going to be the guardrail to say, my friends, don't cross this place? Everybody repeat after me. It is value. Value is the compass. It tells the child, this is what you do, this is what you not do. The next one would then be, what do values determine? Value determines who are around your child. Values determine what they do under pressure. If there is a generation with the Gen Z, the millennials, the baby boomers, they deal with peer pressure. Don't get me wrong. But if there is a generation that is having to deal with peer pressure in a different level, it is this generation. Ask me why. The pressure is no longer by their friends in their schools. It's no longer by the people in their location. It is not by people that never knew existed. There is someone in China pressuring a child in Rio. There is someone in Singapore pressuring a child in Uganda. There is someone in America pressuring a child inside the streets of apartheid. What helps a child deal with this pressure is our values. Values. Then the next one we move will be character. But before that, take this one. When values are weak, influence becomes dangerous. When values are weak, influence becomes dangerous. The next one will be character. What is character? Character is simply the strength to live our values. So if values are the to-dos and the to-do nots, character is the strength to follow through with these values. Values show direction. Character determines whether to follow it or not. So that is why value and character are synonymous. They work hand in hand. You can't build value if you're not building character. C.S. Lewis says that integrity is doing the right thing even when no one is watching. That's what integrity is. It is the smooth working together of value and character that will lead to other traits that we want to see in our young children. Now, I am rushing because we spent a lot of time here. Let us then move to how do we build these values and character to our children. The slide will be available for anybody who wants it. I propose a three-way strategy that I call the Village Toolkit. Please move. We all know that it takes a village to raise a child. But in 2026, there is a death of the village. What do I mean by the death of the village? Remember when growing up, an uncle, a random uncle on the street could see you and correct you. True or false? A random neighbor could see you and, bam. True or false? But in 2026, what is happening? There is a death of the village. A without having language. And the same way we blame our forefathers. If my father was this, my father was that, I would have been this, I would have been that. You are now somebody's father. Tell your neighbor, you are now somebody's father. So the time of excusing your parents are gone. In the next 30 years, there's somebody that's going to say, if you did the right thing, I will not be here. So if there's any time to wake up, it is now. So can I hear somebody say now? Now is the time to wake up. I will make my slide reverse. I don't know if you can see that. The first thing we must adapt to build values and character is authoritative parenting. So if you look at that, we have a grid of different parenting styles. Can we call it out loud if you could see it? The first one is what? Authoritarian. That is the Hitler kind of parent. If you listen to Dr. Elizabeth's session, she talked about connection. This is the parent that does not need to connect. This is the parent that the children hear their voice and they just form that they're sleeping. This is the Abacha kind of parent. You come into your home and you're breaking. Like they are the people that are going to. Like they are the ones that turn the economy around. That's the authoritarian parent. The next one is what? Like something else. The next one is what? Neglectful. Neglectful. That's the next one, right? So neglectful. I want us all to be together. That's not what we're doing. I know we're tired, right? We're soon done with this. The neglectful parent, the word explains it. You neglect everything. Nothing really. That's what I call default parenting. You don't care. I born you, I feed you, you raise yourself. That's neglectful parenting. The next one will then be the laissez-faire parent. Whereas the laissez-faire is also what? I don't care. You want to do, you do. You don't want to do, you do. You do bad and look you. You don't do bad and look you. No structure, no values, no nothing. Then there is the other type of parenting, which is the what? Authoritative. Authoritative parenting combines connection. It combines high expectations. It combines values. It combines structure. If we are going to raise children who will lead and thrive, we must become authoritative parenting. Rather, authoritative parenting. This is the only parenting style consistently proven to build resilience, self-control, and healthy independence. I have in my note that want without structure creates confusion. Then, structure without want creates rebellion. So there has to be a combination of the both, which is what? Want and what? Structure. The next one is identify and indoctrinate family values. I was saying something yesterday that I have some parents in my school from a particular religious sect that I don't totally align with their values, but of course we're very tolerant. But one thing those guys inspire my parents is their ability to indoctrinate their children with their values. That a little 4-year-old, when you do something against our values, she will speak out. In this point, we have identify and indoctrinate. I just said there are only words I could have used. Discipline, or teach, or indoctrinate. You know when we have religious fanatics who can kill for their beliefs. I think that at this point, we have to raise children who will stand by the values. And it won't happen casually. It won't happen by just, don't you know what we stand for? That's not the conversation again. The conversation is from the cradle. The child knows this family, these are the things we stand for. And today we take it further and we encourage that you keep a visual representation in the high traffic corner of your home that shows what your family stands for. If you go to highly organized organizations, you're going to see that there are core values. If your organization has a core value, let me see your hands up. Take that structure to your home. There's something we call family systems engineering. Pretend in your head that you're the CEO of your home. Come back. Those structures that work in your organization, put them in your home. If your organization has values, come back home, put the values. If your organization has policies, come back home, put the policies. These are the ways that we will raise children who will lead and thrive. The next one, which will be the last for parents, is to identify windows of opportunities. It's not every time you speak to your child that they will listen. the parlor and he tells you the story of your life. Those times meant more to me, even now in his passing, than any other thing he did, shouting or beating. As parents, identify, what did I call them? Windows of opportunity. What did I call them, everybody? I can't hear you. What did I call them, people on this aisle? Strategic moments. It could be during the car ride. It could be during dinner. It could be during bedtime. It could be during bath time. Identify those periods and reinforce your family values. The best character lesson happens when children are relaxed, not shouted at, not beaten, not yelled at. It happens when there is a connection. When you want to teach a value and you're shouting, the brain activates the freeze flight mode. And anything you say there, they won't hear you. But by the time you've established the connection, then you can teach. The next one would be for teachers. There is a Latin word that I say to my teachers every single time we have any reason to talk to them. And it is a Latin word used in the English law, which is in loco parentis. Can everybody say that out with me? In loco parentis. What does this mean? It means that teachers operate in the stead of parents. Can somebody tell me how many hours children averagely spend with us in school? Can somebody tell me? 8 hours. Thank you very much. A person who spends 8 hours in a day. See, let's say that we have averagely 60 days in a term. That is 60 times 8. That is how many hours in a term? 480 hours in a term. A person who has this level of influence on a child, I want you to ask this very salient question. Are you utilizing that influence? If you are still among those not my parents' business type of teachers, I command you, resign today. You are too critical in the ecosystem of raising the next generation to be laissez-faire. In the state of parents, in local parents, it simply says, for the hours you are with that child, you're not just teaching content. You're not just consolidating lessons. You're not just meeting the objective by the end of this thing. I should be able to. That's not the conversation alone. At the end of the day, you should also teach character. How many people do I understand? So how do you do this? Number one, be a value chaperone. Every little opportunity you have, use it to imbibe values. Every single second you have with that child, use it to imbibe values. If you're teaching maths, you're not just teaching maths, you're teaching integrity, you're teaching accuracy, you're teaching sportsmanship, you're teaching honesty. When you teach science, you're not just teaching science, you're teaching curiosity. Like I said to the parents, as teachers, identify windows of opportunities. Like what David said, if we could be awake, while being awake as teachers, a lot of these vices would not go far. The next one would be to use the power of stories. Incorporate stories into your lesson. There are simple times that you've taught a lesson. It could be comprehension. Don't just teach to answer the objective. Do they understand? Do they know the new words? That's not the only conversation. And these stories in that comprehension you can use to teach a life lesson. Another thing I would say to you is to understand the power of subconscious conditioning. As teachers, these children, particularly if you're working with children from early years, these children come to us, tabula rasa. Nothing in their subconscious. We contribute to building up their conscious. So as a stakeholder, understand your responsibility. This child is not just here so that I work with the child. This child is here so that I train them. The next one I will now look at would be the school leaders. School leaders, you are not just school leaders. You do not just manage operations, you also design culture. Invest in designing the subconscious conditioning of the learners within you. Promote values. I came across a video some time ago. There was a school in India. They just put a already. They wanted to, it was a social test. They wanted to know which of the children had the values of proactiveness. So a lot of children would pass, they'll see the wrapper, they would jump. Some of them would skip, some of them would go around it. A little child, so the school made up of secondary school and primary school and nursery children. A little child, say kindergarten, walks past the wrapper, goes past, comes back and picks it up. That school rewarded that child. And from that day, will that still be there? They have found a way to reward values. School leaders put it into your system to reward values. The next thing I will talk about is to build values into their subconscious. How do you do that? Through affirmations, through creeds, through pledges. Why do we say the national pledge? We're putting it into our subconscious. I still have memory of one of the creeds we said in my secondary school. This is over decades ago. It was that we should do the right thing at the right time, in the right place, and in the right uniform. That subconsciousness has been in my mind time and time again. At this phase of your school, have a creed, have something that the children say to themselves. For my school, it is the growth mindset statement. Every day, the children remind themselves that they can do anything they set their hearts to do. That they are capable of achieving great things. That every setback is a setup for a comeback. That challenges are opportunities to grow. Go back today and create a creed for your school. I'm going to end this session with this story from the Bible. It is the story of the Rechabites. Sir, I'm wrapping up now. Jeremiah 35 tells us a story. If you're not a Bible person, just take this as a literacy text. Jeremiah 35 tells us the story of the Rechabites, the Rechabite family. Prophet Jeremiah called this family into the temple, and he set wine before them and said to them, drink. Now, picture this. This is the temple. This is not the contemporary temple of these times. It is the temple before the coming of Jesus. So there was a lot of, sanctity. There was the first temple, the second temple, all of that, the inner and all of those things. So imagine coming into such place. And the prophet, then imagine the regalia and the status of the prophet. He might have come in from his back. I'm just being pictorial. He might have come in with a lot of women, and the other many prophets were behind him. And he said to them, the Rechabites, drink! And these guys looked at him and said, we will drink no wine. And the prophet says, why? And they respond, because our father Jonadab, son of Rechab, commanded us that we will drink no wine. For context, if you don't know this story, their father Jonadab gave birth to Rechab, and Rechab was the one that transferred the family values. This was 300 years later. 200 years later, sorry. 2 centuries, and these guys still stuck there to their value. They're educators, they're parents. Can we commit today to raising a Rechabite type of generation? People who will stand firm to their values, irrespective of anything that comes their way. There's no word in English that I have to say about children sticking to their values. So I will reflect to my native dialect. It says preaching. Preaching means to speak them, irrespective of the consequences. Thank you, everybody.
Shine the light. Come on now, we're wrapping up already. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. Now let's give the trainer summit salute. Wow, that was really, really insightful. Do you have your questions ready? Do you have your questions ready? Now don't get questions. You have questions, right? So we're moving into the next segment, but I want you also to do us a favor. Those of you on the gallery, we're recording this event and we're live on the internet and it looks really unhealthy. with the empty chairs. So we want to plead that those of you sitting on the gallery should just come down and fill the empty chairs. Please. We're watching you all around the world, and it's not looking nice. All right. So those of you at the gallery, just come down as we move on to the next. Just come down and join us. Let's give them a big hand. They've been up at the gallery enjoying the conference. All right, so we'll move into the panel session now. Now, this panel session will be moderated by the one and only Uche Monu. Oh, Rahama. Oh, Rahama. Let's give it up for Rahama. Rahama is a wonderful moderator. Thank you. Please make some space for the people. These chairs in front, you can come to this one, sir. Those of you there, just come to this one. There are some of us here. Just come as well and fill the seats, the empty seats in front. Thank you. All right, Rahama, your time is now. Let's put our hands together for
as I've been introduced, my name is Rohama Ifere, and I'll be moderating this panel session. Mr. Tom Samuel, who took us on, does anybody remember the topic? Yeah, digital, thank you very much. And I saw this particular role that was listening. The topic that he took us on was what? Get digital. And then we had also Dr. Elizabeth in the house. A round of applause for Dr. Elizabeth. Like she said, we can call her Teacher Lizzie, and I think I would love to call you Teacher Lizzie, ma'am. Thank you so much. I was actually listening to your session, very powerful session. Does anybody remember our topic also? Okay, great. Thank you very much. We are now set. Okay, so I'm going to now introduce our panel speakers, and as they come to the stage, please let's make them welcome as they come to the stage. And the very first that I'll be calling is Mrs. Uche Monu. Please a round of applause for Mrs. Uche Monu. She is a trustee member of the Duke Child and Infant Foundation. A round of applause for Mrs. Uche Monu. Thank you very much. And then next on the list, I'm going to call our very passionate Mrs. Precious Ogbonna. Please a round of applause for Mrs. Precious Ogbonna as she comes to the stage. Please a round of applause as we come to the stage to call Mrs. Precious Ogbonna. Great. And now we have Mr. Tom Samuel. Please another round of applause for Mr. Tom. And of course, our very own Teacher Lizzie, Dr. Elizabeth. Please let's make welcome Dr. Elizabeth. Please a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You're all welcome to this panel session. I'm going to start first with our dear Mrs. Uche Monu. And Ma, I would like you to share your
Thank you for that question. If I hear you correctly, what are the gaps between the teacher training programs that we have, the teachers have attended, and practice when they get into the classroom? So let's go to maybe the public sector. So the teachers are trained, they have gotten their NCE, their PE and all. And they get into the classroom and we know the issues that we face. Number one, overpopulation, which is a big problem. Okay, so they have learned all the teaching strategies, the pedagogy, but how do you handle a class that is overpopulated? You see a class of 80, 70, 80, 100. Children with different learning abilities, you have the high achievers, the mid achievers, the low achievers. So as teachers, I think it's a lot for them to deal with, okay? But however, it's not something that is impossible. Secondly, issues of technology. We know that we're in the digital age, things are moving really quickly. But then you get into class, you come to a program like this and you have learned how to get digital. If you go for another program, you learn how to use teaching aids, Google Classroom and all that. But in practice, how possible is it, especially in the public school? Okay, so that's the real issues that we're facing. Of course, again, issues of teaching resources, conducive learning environments. But however, despite all of this, we know all the issues. If we start to say there are so many, okay? But despite all of this, I think, especially in the public sector, we start from where we are with what we have. So it's not for us to give up and say, okay, the issues are too much. I've been taught this, but in practice, I'm facing this in reality. So where we are, we can do something, we can make a difference, even with the little that we have. We don't have, everybody cannot be digital at once. So it's step by step. So things like even manual teaching aids, teachers can be creative with that, okay? If you don't have access to power or to computers in your class, you can actually use teaching aids, the normal teaching aids that we'll be using. So I know the gap is wide. However, I want to encourage teachers that are here who do not have that capacity yet or who are still struggling with certain things, not to give up. There are still excellent teachers out there in the public schools. There are still excellent teachers doing great things, even with the limited resources that they have. So from where you are, I would want to encourage every teacher here who's facing those challenges to keep going. All right? No matter how little your impact is being felt. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this. Another round of applause for Mrs. Uche Monu. You mentioned something that's very important, and you said that there are a lot of problems, of course, which we can identify. But the major thing is to move past these problems through innovative methods and strategies. Thank you very much for that. And I think this leads to our next question for Teacher Lizzie. Like I said, I can call you Teacher Lizzie. So the next question here is this. Teachers often blame students, parents, and systems, right? Because like Mr. Uche has already identified their problems. And then of course, after their problems, people want to put that, play that blame game. What is the way forward past all of these problems, in addition to what she has shared?
Just parents, students, and all that systems. I think that schools need to do better in terms of systems and support. The thing is that teachers are supposed to use to get the result that is required in their own, in the structures. I don't think that teachers will obey as soon as we say it to them. There's something that quite a number of schools miss out on. When they are trying to get teachers or a teacher into the classroom, it is on-body training. A lot of our schools don't pass teachers through that process. Yeah, a lot. And we see that a lot. I don't know about the public school, but I know about private schools. A lot of the private schools don't pass teachers through training. And then one reason is because private schools are always, employing teachers when they have a need for teachers. In my system, we don't employ people because at the time we have a need for that. We have what we call floating teachers.
not complain. And that's why you see a teacher handling 20, that's even another thing. Teacher-pupil ratio is another problem. Maybe I'll talk about that later. Having a teacher in class with 16 of children, I'm coming to school today, we are just two handling these needs, and I'm coming and I'm in school. I'm just the only one. That is a failure in the system or in the structure of the school. That teacher should come to school because of someone's inability to show and go through that stress all alone without support. And you say the teacher should not, complain. Of course they will. Because when they are totally burnt out and stressed out, is to complain and, and give face, those kind of things. And then you don't care. You don't ask them, how was your day? How did you manage this person? And all of that. So structures in place will help teachers to minimize, complaints and all.
Thank you, round of applause. Putting structures in place will help the teachers to minimize the blame game. And then this brings me to my question for Mrs. Precious Obona. In minimizing this blame game, what competencies must every school insist on before calling someone classroom ready? Thank you. Good afternoon. All right. What are the competencies that every school must insist on before saying that any teacher is classroom ready? The first on my list is adaptability. The landscape of education in 2026 is different from when I started in 2014. It is a different landscape, different curriculum. Everything is different. The educational system is changing so fast that if a teacher cannot adapt, they will be left behind. So you must be fluid. As a teacher, you can't have to fix myself. Oh, this was my first week, of that primary school. That's not the conversation now. The conversation is we're in 2026. We are raising a different generation. We have to be able to speak. Secondly, will be emotional regulation. Teaching is a highly emotionally demanding job. It's not a job you do with your head alone. It's a job you must do with your heart. So you are looking out for you able to regulate your emotions in the face of volatility. How are you able to manage children with different personalities, different temperaments? How are you able to manage parents? Hello, it is a skill that is needed. Number 3 at the last is the top skill, which is digital literacy. I'm not getting inclined. That's no longer an excuse. Go get the knowledge. There is artificial intelligence, there are technologies that make this teaching thing not just easy, but sweet. So please, these 3 skills, the fourth one, and I wrap up, is ability to learn, lifelong learning. We could tie this with adaptability. Thank you very much. Thank you for that round of applause. Also, and there's something that she mentioned there. She said the ability to learn, that you must go get knowledge. So I think that you should give yourself a round of applause because you are getting knowledge here at the Trainer Summit. And also another round of applause to the convener of the Trainer Summit. Thank you very much. So my next question is to Mr. Tom Samuel, and my question here is, if everyone is committed one courageous professional action this year, what should it be?
That's the last thing to say. Ability to learn. Because I think the last day of 2025, I posted on my blog that there are 10 things teachers must learn before 2026. And one of them is child psychology, children's psychology rather, and behavioral patterns. Because as a teacher, if you are still banking on what you learned during your AC program and graduate studies, when you were being only taught content and not future stuff, something will happen and you feel frustrated because sometimes the frustration is not even from the children, it's just you because you haven't adapted to the iOS of the current generation we have. So why do you think Android, iOS, and everyone, they are scaling their Android system, and yet you as an individual, you've not scaled your generational iOS. So the ability to learn is you upscaling to the next generational specimen operation.
So, in short, ability to learn covers any other skill you want to adapt to. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that round of applause, and thank you very much for your contribution, Mr. Tom. You talked about updating and getting knowledge, which is very important. So if you have questions here, we'll definitely give you opportunity to ask questions. We can just take like 2 questions here. Please raise your hands and we'll get the mic to you. So you can direct your questions to any of the panel speakers before I ask the concluding questions for this panel session. Does anyone have questions here? Okay, please, I need the ushers to come help me. Yes. So let us know who you're directing the questions to, your name and who you're directing the questions to.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am Alice Daniel, and I want to say very thank you to the convener of this meeting, and I also want to appreciate all the resource persons as well. Please, my question goes because I have 2 questions. One is to the third resource person or the third speaker. He said, according to him, he said that as an educator, we should have a test or a sense of some of those hard drugs. And that, I remembered one of the meetings I attended, and the resource person said, it's more dangerous, or it's not advisable for you to sit near a smoker, that it's even more dangerous for you to inhale it. And then he's saying that we as educators, we should know or test or have a smell of this hard drugs, just to enable us detect or know which, okay. So then my second question goes to us, at what age should a child be exposed to digital gadgets? At what age is advisable for a child should have access to digital gadgets? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. So I'm not sure I said at any point in time that you should taste drugs. I didn't say that. So I said at least you should know the smell. Now, in knowing the smell, secondhand smoking, so the program you went for where the resource person said secondhand smoking is dangerous, he's very correct. So I don't mean you should go and sit down with the ungodly and inhale the smoke. That's not what I meant. But you should have, so what I'm saying is, if I had smoked outside and I walk past you now, you should know the odor. If I consumed alcohol and I'm speaking to you, you should know the odor of that alcohol. You don't have to sit with people who are using substances to know those smells. I mean, from, your line of work, just every day, you go through some spots where people smoke and drink and so. Not that you go there and sit down there. People coming out from the bus stops and all of that. You can pass, you see somebody smoking as he exhales the fumes. It will cross through, you will perceive. You're not staying there, you're walking past to register. So that when next somebody around you, a young person, smells like that, you will remember that when I passed that bus stop, some Agberos were smoking and I smelled this of them. That means this person must have done something similar. So please, if any other person said, thou shalt not sit in the council of the ungodly and smoke cigarette. Thank you.
At what age should a child be exposed? One, I'm not going to shoot myself to say 2, 10, or 11. Okay? Now, from the word itself is already digitalized. From the cartoons they watch to even they coming over here looking at you, all they think in their head is the colors, the digital, everything is smart to them. So like I said in my, when I had my stage, I said technology is not the enemy. Unstructured guidance is, okay? Now, because most times when we teach, educators haven't updated their knowledge to how they teach these Gen Alphas. Sorry, let me deviate a bit. If you watch Frozen, PJ Masks, and all the other cartoons, why would our children remember these things more than when you tell them the definition of communication? Do you understand? They can see the PJ Masks from the beginning to the end. They can tell you all the cast and crew of Frozen from the beginning to the end. They can sing the songs when you play. But your own classroom of yesterday, one topic of yesterday, tomorrow they come in blank. So do you think they are the problem? You are the problem because from Frozen they pass the information actually swiftly and in their own way of learning, but you are still learning. Because I noticed something when from my research, when they want to bring on a cartoon, it takes them years. They bring in children's psychologists, they bring in personal brand, color brand and all of that. They get to understand what will give children top things. So now the question should not be at what age we expose children to. The question should be, what are the boundaries, what rails, what are the guidance we will give these children when we give them a gadget? Because my daughter of 3 years plus, she knows how to operate all the apps on the phone. Of course, she can't know the iPhone is a mother's phone. So, she knows that. I just exposed her to my status, and my friend was like, now you are talking about it. But I told you that my child bought an app of 250,000 naira using the card, my ATM card. Now, they need to be taught. They need to be aware of these things. And trust me, when you guide them and teach them all these things before peer pressure, they will do better. Thank you.
Okay, good contribution, sir. I want to put a balance to this as an early campus parent. In as much as we want children to be technologically advanced and to be digital, there are age guidelines on when children should have access. And this is backed up by research from the American Pediatric Association. They suggest, and this is what I advocate for, that children do not have access to screens until the age of 18 months. Then, after the age of 18 months, when you now give them access to screens, you give it what it is limited. So, from the age of 18 months to 5, they don't have access to screen for more than 1 hour in a day. Like Mr. Tom said, the problem is not necessarily the screen. The problem is unintentional usage. The problem is when parents depend on screens as unpaid nannies. That's when the problem comes. And there are effects of excessive. We're seeing that children are having screen autism. We're seeing children picking up very dreadful habits because of unstructured screen time. So that's just the balance I wanted to add to this thing.
Thank you. Well said. Okay, so I would say that if you know as an adult, when a teacher, that you do not have time to put structure in place when it comes to exposure of these things to children, don't expose them at all. You can expose them when you know that you have systems in place, you have put structures in place, and you can supervise. There are a lot of things that children can gain by interacting with digital resources.
lot. My children, they have their Yoruba classes, you know, on Saturday, on Sunday, they have to be there for 1 hour, right? Even when we are not at home, we tell the adults in the house to stay behind them and listen to what's going on, So you have to, you know, put structures. But you know, most of the things that children do is, the truth is, adults are failing. You don't want the child to disturb, and then the next thing you do is you give the phone. Yeah. You give them danger. A lot of things. So I will just wrap up with everything they both said. It's correct. In any child, actually 0 to 2 years should not even do screens. Yeah, 0 to 2 years. Anytime from maybe 3, yeah. And then you have to put structure, meaning that this is what you are seeing. If they must see a particular cartoon, be present and watch it with them. Think very well. I say adults are failing because we are not researching before we ask children to do things. There was a time a literature, you know, came out that girls were reading at some point, and my girls asked me to buy it. I said no. When I have time, I will go through it and I will research on it to know if it is good for me. Because we have family values and we are careful what we expose them to. So it is important that with structures in place, you can supervise them.
So thank you very much for the insights. And now in closing, the question is for every panel speakers here, and I would like you to just, briefly give your closing remarks. If the quality of education cannot rise above the quality of the teacher, what personal responsibility does that place on each of us?
Okay, so I would say personal development. We need to be intentional as parents, as teachers, educators, about developing ourselves, and that is why programs like this is very important. You have come here, you have learned, you took out time. Look at the time, 4 o'clock. You've been here since morning, so please a round of applause for you. So I would say in 2026 we should be intentional about learning, because you can't give what you don't have. I think that was Teacher Lizzie that said that. You can't give what you don't have. So we must be intentional about knowledge, increasing our capacity, increasing our knowledge, so that we can help the next generation that is coming up. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Before I round up, I would like to answer this. And it goes, as a teacher, you put in your best, and the proprietors will keep embarrassing you. And because you know your worth, to avoid embarrassment, you decided to put in your presentation later, but they refused to accept it. What should I do? So it means the refusal means they know your worth. Yes, and I'm not a fan of school owners embarrassing. I mean, it tells a lot of, it tells the kind of things of value that you have in the school. Yeah, that people are working with us does not mean that they are schools. I remind my teachers that just because you want to go, you know what's in the staff handbook, you know you know the procedures, you know the time limits that you have to inform us, right? And I reminded them, I am not a slave master or a slave mistress. Nobody can work in my school forever. One day you may have to go, but then do the right thing. So for this person, if it's true that you are being embarrassed by the providers, you should have a conversation with them. Yeah, because sometimes, we tell single story. Sometimes we tell stories in our own favor. People are so used to not telling the complete story. Yes, but if your story is true, you think you're doing well, and you don't get why I talked about structure the other time. When we have people in my school, we give you feedback from time to time from the HR department. They meet with you and they give you, based on the key performance indicators, like, okay, this is what we noticed, this is what's going on, how can we support you? So in a place where there is structure to even ask you for your feedback, you will not get here to where we have embarrassment and all of that. So please, we can do better as school leaders. This is not just about school owners, even the leaders that we have put in place. Ensure that, we put structures and systems in place. So to round up, I would say this. Honestly, in all that get, it's not wisdom this line. Yes, but it's wisdom, right? Get AI tools. Yes, because in AI tools, there is a lot of wisdom untapped. And it will be so embarrassing that in 2026, the only AI that you know is only ChatGPT. There's no problem you want to solve in your classroom, or as a parent, or as a stakeholder, that you cannot ask AI. The only thing that you can describe the problem. Do you understand that? Describe the problem. Describe the situation. Describe what you intend to learn. Describe your personality. Then the kind of information you give to the AI tool, you will get robust answers. So you cannot say, I do not know. Like this, describe the problem. It's the last 6 months or the last few months, and give it to AI and say, advise you. You get good advice, right? So you're not like getting it. Thank you very much. All right. My response to this question is going to be linked to my first response. I feel like one of the top responsibilities we have as teachers, as people chaperoning the next generation, would be to heal from our emotional traumas. A lot of us as teachers traumatize learners. We traumatize learners. We literally carry the burden of our lives into the classrooms. And what does that lead to? Children who are unmotivated to learn. Children who develop the wrong mindset towards learning. The personality of the teacher, if we understand the impact of your personality, how it rubs off on the children under your tutelage, you will understand why you need to heal. So please, dear teachers, it is within your responsibility to ensure that you don't cut on people, or rather, you don't bleed on people who didn't touch you. Difficult, the pain is not all that, but remember that there is a generation that needs you to heal. So please, commit to healing emotionally. Thank you.
Okay, so my fellow speakers have said it, but I'm going to come from the back. Now the back is the motivation in you first, intrinsic motivation. And I want to speak on distractions, quality over quantity. One of the highest, the biggest reasons now is distraction. Distraction from the economy, distraction from family, distraction from life itself, distraction about Nigeria problems, distraction about the school you are working in, and distraction about the next day, what will happen the next day. Now, see, if we do a survey now and ask teacher, what do you really need? The first thing says money. True or true? Now, it's actually a big motivator. But you can't, like I tell every teacher, you can't have the money if your knowledge capacity, your knowledge bank isn't wide. I don't use anyone as an example, I use myself as an example. If you knew me 10 years ago, you would thank God for my life now. You understand? And the only way you can actually scale through that, you will feel so motivated, even in your class
is knowledge. And how can you do that? How can you do that? Forget about like the other ladies complain that your proprietor or proprietress isn't doing your blah. That shouldn't be your problem. Your problem is the goal tied to you that by the end of this, maybe 1 year or 2 years, my knowledge should be widened. And knowledge stays with you, it doesn't stay in the school. Do you understand? So the more your knowledge grows, your quality becomes more quality. Yeah, the value becomes better quality and all of that. So knowledge stays with you and knowledge improves and helps scale you from where you are, level 1 to level 5. So don't let distractions of either you are being embarrassed. Like I said in one other session, I said, see, you have to face Pharaoh most times in order for you to understand the next leader. Because sometimes we feel that, oh, my boss is so calm and all of that. And when you now get to another level of your life, where you get to see a tougher boss, you start, so you have to just be around people that will actually stretch you. And when you're being stretched, you get to do better. So please, in all that getting, get AI tools and also get knowledge. Thank you.
So in all that getting, get AI tools and also get knowledge. Thank you so much to our panel speakers. Thank you so much to our panel speakers, and thank you so much for your active participation. If you have
Now, when we say This is our charge. This is our responsibility. And this is our moment. Say to the next person by your side. Say, this is our charge. This is our responsibility. And this is our moment. Make some noise. All right. So right about now, we will take closing remarks from Mr. Rotimi. Listen, everyone.
You are all the local governments and also the National Orientation Agency for being a part of this successful summit. I would like to also appreciate everyone who has come from far again. I will take this to your respective location and shine the light as you also said. We wish you safe trip to your various destinations. Thank you.